Good morning. I'm gonna be messing around with that stupid shuttle again, but I think I'm just gonna give up on the drop tank. I did a bunch of stuff yesterday. I had actually finished one design that was fairly stable. Yeah. Sad Danda. Then I decided to improve it. Because the problem with that one, I didn't quite have enough DV to deorbit. So, I think I'm just going to go to side-mounted liquid rockets. And then if we have to, we'll also throw some solid rocket boosters on there. I think that's going to be the way to go. Wait a second. I gotta finish an email too, which I thought I had already done. Just on my phone. So, what I was actually working on before I decided to give him more DV was just the re-entry. Like, it's technically it works, but only technically. Like, I don't know, it spins out through the entire re-entry. So I've added some control surfaces. I went with 2 fins on the back, and I just have those set up to hinges. That was another thing that I was trying for these fucking things, and I wonder if I just pulled these off of the belly and stuck them on the sides. It looks like I took the little motor out of there. Because the problem is, even when I balance this out, as the fuel drains from the massive tank on the belly of it, it just wants to, it loses all of its weight on the belly, and then the bottom engine, this big guy, is way more powerful than these guys. So even with all 3 of them versus this, it ends up wanting to just nose up uncontrollably as soon as we get into the upper atmosphere. So I think with these guys, we can go with much less fuel. I guess I could show you the other one before I start messing with this one. So I don't think I've updated my save. So this is kind of what I was going with. But this isn't the one that was incredibly stable. What I tried to do is, I left this guy the way that it was, and then I tried to add the SRBs, and all of a sudden it was just outrageously unstable when I get up out of the atmosphere. So to compensate for that, you have 0 torque here on the final stage. It's the stage below that that's the problem. And on the pad, I kind of minimized it. It's a little off right now, but it goes outrageously high as we ascend. So I had a little hinge in here, and we just move the engine back a little bit. Problem with this one is the hinge just isn't solid enough. Like, the engine just kind of flexes all over the place, and we still end up doing somersaults. So I could just stick with it. I'm trying to think. I think if we waited until we had about 20 seconds worth of fuel left, then we could drop it with some fuel still in it. And that might help. Real quick though, I'm going to turn the sound back on. I was watching movies with Deb yesterday. She wasn't feeling very good, so she stayed home. And so I was working on this while we watched movies. I'm pretty sure that I usually have this at like 30%. Could be wrong. Might be higher. So I thought about going the other way that we were talking about before we started on the wingless shuttle, which was kind of like a BFR top and a an inflatable passenger part on the bottom of it, but I still think that this is going to be easier. And there is one more thing that I haven't really tried, which would be to see, how would I do a fairing for that though? Because there's no way in hell I'd be able to finish a fairing off on this guy, since it isn't round. I guess if I offset the fairing, maybe I could finish it off on the nose. But then I would have a fairing that goes up the entire shuttle. Because I could just mount this on top of a rocket, kind of like how we would do the VFR. I think first I'll just go with side deployers. So we shouldn't need these anymore. And we definitely don't need this little hinge in here anymore. Shouldn't need that, or that, or that. Well, we probably will need those, but we don't need them for now. I want to keep the engine. That can go. Not gonna put any angle or anything on that, but since I don't have a mount that I want to use, I'm just gonna move it up so that it looks like it's built into the bottom of the tank pretty much. These decouplers are not gonna work. Hello? Oh, I'm on move. Like, why won't it fucking detach? So I do need standoff decouplers because of the shape of the bottom of this. And for now, I'm just going to put them on in mirrored symmetry. It doesn't really matter where, because we're going to have to move it. And for some reason, kind of looks like they angle outward, doesn't it? I guess I won't worry about fuel lines until later. To get the fuel lines to snap in properly, I have to reorient the vehicle and then replace them. I think, anyway. Actually, I'm really curious about that, because it's kind of a pain in the ass. So let's see here. These aren't gonna connect, but I'm totally not done. So I'm just gonna throw those in there and put this out on the pad. I'm curious if those fuel lines will connect when physics kicks in. Because if they do, then I won't worry about that for the rest of the vehicle. Never actually tested it. Nope. That little fuel line didn't go and connect. So I do need to just flip it over to the side before I attach those if I want to build this in the VAB. Honestly, I really should start building this kind of thing in the spaceplane hangar and just get used to the view. Okay, so those can all go. I think that this is way too much fuel. And I wonder if I want to turn these. I think it'll be okay to turn these. Pretty sure that's more downward. I'm just quickly gonna reposition all this stuff. You bastard. Okay, well, fuck those. Since I don't have it right in the middle anymore, it won't let me do fins on both sides. So we'll just get rid of the outer ones. See, even if I try to move these, one is gonna disappear. These are the important ones anyway, though. The ones on the outside. I'm gonna have the same problem with those, so I'll just get rid of them. I'm gonna have the same problem with the parachutes, too. Oops. Do want angle snap on for that one. So I've been deploying the drogue chute when I separate from these, and it's actually been working out really well. I'm still using the separation rocket, same as we were before. Same as we usually do. For this one, I'm just gonna put them in the center so I canned the previous set. I'm pretty sure that these are actually off at an angle, so I'm gonna grab some brand new ones. So I'm really hoping that the new air brakes that I didn't have on this before will make it a little bit more stable for re-entry. I don't actually know for sure if they will. This probably isn't the best place for the parachute since we have that wing there. It's gonna set down on the wing and then topple over. But stage recovery is gonna grab it anyway, so... And honestly, we've spent so much time on this fucking thing, I just don't care. Just don't care anymore. As long as that's not poking in anything, I'm just gonna flip it around to the side. Good morning, Anadin. So I think that looks fine. We're gonna have to stick some solid rocket boosters on here, so I'll probably do those on the belly. Let me grab some little SRBs for separation. Pretty sure 2 will do. Oh, I forgot a light up there too. Come here. See, now that I've oriented the vehicle right, the fuel line's working just fine. Okay. Let's go ahead and balance this out a little bit. Ooh, hopefully I can. like I can get pretty damn low. Don't want those going into the floor, but I can get it down even further if I move them lower. Now, wonder if I'll be able to get rid of those control surfaces now that we'll have two engines with gimbal, one along either side. Thrust to weight ratio is too low, so now I need solid rocket boosters, and I'm either going to put them on the belly or on the outside of the side stack. It'd be easier to put them on the outside of the side stacks. Technically, you go there, you go there. You guys go in there. It doesn't take a very long time for these engines to be efficient enough to be worth using, but they're absolute shite at sea level. Like if we were to just launch with them, 310 meters a second of DV. Thrust to weight ratio of 0.27 on the pad. Oh, wait. Altitude 0.07. It's gonna be way more than 0.27. I wonder why it's saying at 85 kilometers they're craptacular. Anyway, they're shit enough that, well, I don't know, we are at 1.3, and it doesn't take long for them to get better and better thrust. Oh, wait a minute, I'm in non-atmospheric, yeah, we're 102, okay. That sounds more likely. I got something in my eye. Help. Hit me? Okay, I think I got it. I'm gonna grab these big old hydraulic decouplers. I think I'm just gonna get rid of the control surfaces. At least at first, we'll try it without them. Oh, and one neat thing that I hadn't noticed until yesterday, there's a little bit of liquid fuel storage in these solid rocket boosters. So that'll put us at 1.3 something. I think that ought to do it. Let's just see if we have enough DV though. Oh wait, it's gonna reposition them when I put a nose on it. Upper. So I want to make sure I put the nose on it before I go and reposition them. So these won't burn for very long, about a minute, but we could put control surfaces on them. Wouldn't hurt anything. Then we gotta figure out where to position everything. Throw a fuel line in here too. I could just drain them out, but why not, you know? Why not carry a little extra fuel? So the only other notable change that I've made to this thing, I did convert it over to monopropellant, and we have to carry a lot of monoprop because of the size of the thrusters that I have. It does make us fairly nimble, but that was another thing that I was kind of messing around with yesterday, changing the propellants up and trying to balance it out a little bit. So 7.9. Can't go any lower. I go down to 4.5, but if I want any higher than that, I'm pretty sure that I have to rotate them, or I need to move them even lower down on the craft. Could do. What the hell are my derpy ass fuel lines doing? Oh, okay, this one's still connected to where I told it to connect, and this one's just like, fuck you, I'm doing my own thing. I think it's fine for now, as long as it's connected to something. I could also reposition the tanks that are inside of this, and that would eliminate a little bit more of the torque. I think I'll try rotating them first. I'm gonna rotate the tank itself. A little bit lower. Let's work on the booster now. It's damn near spot on for the solid rocket booster. Oh, and this is gonna need parachutes and separation rockets. All the usual. Then we'll be able to find out if this is going to be powerful enough. Because I wouldn't exactly be surprised if this wasn't enough DV, now that I'm going with 2 tanks. I really wish I could have got that previous design to work a little bit more easily, but holy crap, it was a nightmare. So today I just decided to give up on it. Fuck it, we'll do it this way. This is the same way that we launched all of our other, like, motherships and corvettes in my previous playthrough. For the most part anyway. We build them, and then our method of getting it into space was typically just tacking 2 liquid boosters on the side and clusters of solid rocket boosters around that. But those were quite a bit larger. Those were fracking huge. I wonder if I want drogues on this. Let's see how they separate first before I go and add those, I suppose. Okay, so the main boosters will go into this stage. No. Okay, yeah, they will, but the rest of those are going to go somewhere else. Parachutes can just go away. Separation rockets in with the decouplers. And I'm not going to bother to ignite this center engines until we separate from the solid rocket boosters, just because they were at 1.8. Let's see. We go from 1. Was it 8 or 18? 1.18 to 1.24 if we start firing these right off the bat. Yeah, I think it's just going to be a waste of fuel to do that. I do have to rebalance them though. If I take them out because I had left them in the very first stage. Oh, no, you stay there. You too. Go up there. Actually, I guess I don't. It's still, our torque values are still fairly low. Excellent. I think it'll be fine. Let me grab all of you. I'm gonna reattach this, and it looks like it's high enough on the payload to just go with a fuel line here. That'll lead off kind of upward. There we go. I don't want it to feed fuel into like a monopropellant nozzle or something silly. So before I go and add any more, let's see how it does. Reorient it to neutral with the nose pointed so that we nose down to the east, since we know that this will always be going for an equatorial orbit. Oh yeah, structural. Well, some clamps. Should probably do my auto strut too. Okay, that one's already auto strutted. Ooh, that would have been awkward. Let's move all these down to here. Take it out for a test spin. Separation rockets, decouplers, then the final stage I think will be high enough that it won't matter that all those parachutes are in there, but I'm gonna go ahead and just, for safety, well, just to keep us from having to do an extra relaunch if it is gonna be a problem, I'll just move them into their own stage. Pilot into commander, and test launch. Oh, coffee. Trying to think of any other changes that I made. That was pretty much it. I swapped out the nozzles for heavy RCS. Might balance out the side-to-side ones a little bit better. Gonna light her up. SAS on. Throttle up. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Fingers crossed. I'm assuming that it'll be fairly stable. TWR is still way too low. So I'm going to put a little set of globe solid rocket boosters on the sides of our SRBs. But we'll carry on with the mission regardless. At least for the first test flight here. I'm going to give us just a little bit of an angle toward the east. Go ahead and right click on this so we can see when it's going to run out of fuel. I haven't been doing that very often anymore since it gives me the burn time, but I've also been, as soon as it hits 0, I've been separating. Every now and then they still have a little bit of kick to them. So I'm going to try not to do that anymore. Yeesh. We're down to about a third of our solid fuel. Just now at a favorable thrust to weight ratio. So this next stage is going to be way underpowered. Maybe not way underpowered. A little underpowered, though. 1.4. It's not that far off the mark. Oh, interesting. I wonder if it was the nose that I was using or something. There's no liquid fuel in these this time. So there's no reason to have that extra fuel line on there. So we've kicked on the center engines. This fell away alright. We're at 11K. If we hear explosions, then I'm going to want to put drogue chutes on them. AP's at about 20K. Let's nose in a little. I mean, it's already far more stable than the previous design with just one tank on the belly. I ended up putting engines on the tank on the belly. Turned into a fucking nightmare. I'm so pissed that I didn't save the design that did work before I started to revamp it, though. Because likely I probably could have just added some more solid rocket boosters, like another smaller set of SRBs, and it would have been just fine. But no, I had to screw it up. Now, I didn't hear explosions. It looks like the solid rocket boosters did make it all the way to the ground, and they were recovered, so that's good. Let's see if the side pods will do the same. So I definitely want to, even if we do get up into orbit, I still want to improve the TWR on the pad. Get that initial speed up. Otherwise, everything's looking pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and nose down horizontal. AP is at just over 85, so just over the upper atmosphere for JNSQ. Be 75 if we're playing stock. Go ahead and pop those fellas off. Leaving us at a thrust to weight ratio of 130 with over a minute until we reach AP. So we're looking really good. Question is, will we have enough fuel to get up to our target and then safely return home? I was able to test it one time. I only did, I think, 3 re-entries altogether, and they were all out of control. So I went back and added some air brakes and the control surfaces on the back here. And we'll go ahead and fold those down so that they're out of the way because our docking port is right here. I may end up having to move them further out on the vessel. I was hoping to leave them kind of in the center and at a upswept angle. 43 seconds until we reach AP and 80 seconds of burn left. But it looks like I'm going to fall a little bit short of my target. I think we can make orbit, which would be great. But we want to be able to make orbit, recircularize at 450 kilometers. Then go down to an 85 kilometer orbit pre-re-entry. So I was hoping to have, I don't know, maybe 800 meters a second of DV left. It doesn't look like I'm gonna. Maybe I'm just being a negative Nancy. I mean, we're awful close to the mark. I'm just going to go ahead and cut the engine there. This is still a little bit lower than what I would like. So it would only cost us 34.1 additional meters a second to circularize at 136, apparently. I pushed that way too high. But after that, we gotta be able to push up to the same altitude as the station, and we may have additional maneuvers, so it's only going to be a couple meters a second of extra, but I'm going to set up a maneuver node for 500 kilometers, just to give us that little bit of overhead. So 210 for all of that, plus another 168, so 275-ish, to be able to get up there. Okay, let me just move this over a little bit so that it's easier to... I guess it's not really going to matter, is it? Just hoping to make that easier to see. So 275, then only about 30 to settle back down into an 85 kilometer PE. And then probably another 100 at most to circularize again in the lower orbit. So I don't know, 500 actually might just do the trick. Well, we have 578. I guess let's just continue on. It doesn't look like that's going to be that big of a deal. I'm going to do a follow-up maneuver. I know from our testing the other day that this is kind of a terrible time for us to launch. So we take off right before the space hotel is above us, so we're in a lower orbit in front of the hotel. So we basically have to wait for the hotel to go all the way around, which is kind of a pain in the ass. So our very first maneuver is totally simple. We're going to go ahead and circularize. I'm going to tell it not to hold maneuver prograde, the flight computer there, because it wastes too much monoprop. Let's go ahead and fold those down. I'm hoping that they're out of the way. I haven't actually tested docking with those attached there. There may not be enough clearance. I'm not really sure how much of a standoff I have left on the station for docking. All I know is they're spaced out wide enough so that I can deploy this little guy. Oh, and that was kind of a fucking nightmare too. So to get my nav ball to orient in a way that makes sense, I had to add an additional probe core. And then I had to turn that probe core, I had to align it directly in the center of that thing and turn it on its side. There's a mod that I used to use that gives me a probe core that's absolutely perfect for that, because you can radially attach the probe core. I just totally spun past my target, so I'm just going to let it spin all the way around again, because I'm a dipshit. And I wasn't paying enough attention. But you can radially attach it, and it orients the nav ball as if, you know, kind of the same way that these face. My problem with this is the 1/3 of the shield does point off at a right angle, but that leaves our nav ball kind of sideways. And the way that this is all balanced out to be able to burst forward and backward, it makes it so that if I wanted to turn to one side, then I'm using the forward and backward thrusters, and then when I nose down, it's really underpowered. One way is like super powerful, made it a real bitch to dock. So I'm gonna put that, I've already put that probe core in there, and then I have action group 0 set up to swatch, yes, that's a word, switch control over. So this one won't take long. Could have also just held prograde, and we'd have been pretty close. We'd have had our nose up just a little bit compared to where the target marker is. So a little baby burn here. And I want that son of a bitch turned off so that I can re-enable RCS. It did a pretty good job. We're circular at 136.4 and 136.3. No real complaints. So this is where it's annoying because I have to time warp for so damned long. And I think after this test flight, what I'll do is go back to just the Space Center, and we'll time warp a little bit. I didn't overshoot it, did I? Oh, god damn it. As you do that with a normal maneuver, it should add time, and I didn't notice that it wasn't. See, if we just time warp for about 2 hours, then we could take off and go directly up to it. Separation at 3.5, I'm not even gonna fiddle with it. My AP is a little bit high, so we're gonna reach the station before we actually reach AP, but that's okay. We'll guide it into where it needs to be. So SAS off. Let's get set up for our maneuver. Then the other problem that I was having when I was using Aerozine and NTO as my propellant for my thruster blocks, I couldn't get enough power out of it. And now that I'm using monopropellant and I've gone with the big nozzles everywhere, the heavy thruster blocks, I burn through this monoprop so fucking fast if I don't pay attention to the flight computer. It just, like, vents it straight out into space. Very nice of it. So this is the annoying part. We'll make a quick save. We're going to do a couple of tests. First, we want to make sure we can get our asses up there and get back home. But we need to time warp for through about 2.5 hours. I guess another thing that I could do is just recircularize at 250 kilometers, and then I would be able to time warp twice as fast. Hopefully it'll work out though. So this will be my first re-entry test with the air brakes on it, if everything does work out. Yeah, well, first legitimate re-entry test. I did do one other re-entry test with the air brakes on, but I think I had run out of fuel when I had docked to the station. So it was more of a very high altitude ballistics re-entry. I think I used up the rest of my monoprop. Oh yeah, that was the problem. I used up the rest of my monopropellant to lower my PE, but since I was originally in a 450 kilometer orbit, I was basically just doing this annoying aerobrake maneuver, and I didn't even finish out the re-entry test. I just reverted, because I decided it was time to add more DV to the total of the vessel, and that's where I found myself running back into the imbalance issues that we had not yesterday, it was like 3 days ago on my Friday, before I took my days off. So on Sunday, when we first started working on this thing. And I'm hoping that these will work out a little bit. Basically, I just want these to hold the belly, you know, toward, forward toward air resistance. But from what I saw, it didn't really seem to matter with this thing. It's almost like the entire thing has a heat shield. Because like I said, I was spinning out pretty bad there, and nothing was actually overheating anywhere on this, even the parachutes. It was really strange. So we're almost there. 34 minutes. And then we'll be able to execute our burn. And we'll see how this looks. Another thing that I did have to change, when I just surface attached this without angling it or anything like that, the cockpit up here was basically touching the airlock on the station. So I just went back and put a little bit less of an angle onto that. I kind of just lifted the front of it up a bit. Then I swapped out some of the lights too. I think that this looks slightly better than before. I don't know, it still seems awful dark. But what are you gonna do? It's really weird, like for some reason the skin of this is a shuttle, the part itself is from SSTU. And the skin of this doesn't seem to light up like normal. Like a regular tank. Like, this light would shine a little bit, you know, larger and brighter. Would light it up a little bit better on a normal tank. And even back here, the red lights would light up the whole thing. And it's just barely lighting up there and there. Spotlights too. I did end up taking off all the spotlights because the spotlight up here basically lit it up as much as this guy, or even less. Even though it was kind of pointed backward down the entire length of the vessel, my little spotlight would light up like right here, and that was it. So I just got rid of it. I did decide not to go with solar panels as well, which hopefully won't bite us in the ass. Pretty sure we're on target. Okay, and we're going to take it over from there, but I am going to add a maneuver. Mostly to use as a timer. And that's about the time that we'll take over control. About 3 minutes before we actually get there. So we'll time warp again. Down to 386 meters a second. So I'm really hoping that that's going to be enough for us to recircularize at about 85, and then we just need a little bit more to deorbit the vessel. It's amazing how much simpler it is to just put the booster rockets out on the sides. And we'll get a little bit of extra DV when we come around to do this. Delete. You fuck off. Stop using up all my fucking monopropellant. I'm gonna switch the nav ball over to target. We can get rid of this. Where is my target? There it is. It's about 33 kilometers away. And I want SAS to align me retrograde relative to the target, because we're gonna end up matching speed to it. Not exactly though. Not until we get up next to it. It's a good place to start, though. And we'll see how this thing does with a dock. We're doing a docking maneuver. So I'm just going to let it continue to spin. to save a little bit of monoprop. We have an awful lot of monoprop. It's crazy how quickly it goes. I'm kind of lining this up for approach and everything. Where the hell did the target go? Okay, it's 26.5 kilometers and quickly falling. We just need to spin around so that the nose is kind of horizontal with the horizon here. We're going about 157.3 meters a second slower than the target right now. We're approaching AP. So we're going to match its speed and its orbit for the most part. So this is almost perfect. Let me turn off SAS and I'm just going to kind of point the nose over to the side of retrograde relative to target a little bit. And I know that I want to kill off the vast majority of my speed, so I'm fairly close to retrograde. But I don't want to kill all of it off, and I also want to change our angle. So first we're going to change our angle. It's still 17 kilometers away. I'm going to try to push my retrograde marker right underneath it. Yeah, we look pretty well lined up, so I'm just going to hold retro relative to target. And then I'll burst out to the side and basically just guide it in. We want to come in either right underneath it or right below it. It kind of depends on the orientation of the station. It doesn't really matter which, but if the station's pointed upward, then I want to come in underneath it. Because our nose will end up wanting to point upward when we dock. Whereas if it's pointed downward, then I want to either flip upside down myself or come in from the top. I think either way, actually, I probably want to go under it, don't I? So I'm just moving my retrograde to the opposite. Since we're on anti-target and retrograde, everything's going to be opposite. So that should align us so that we're going to show up right underneath it. Alright, let's close in a bit. We'll go ahead and get a little bit closer to its speed. And I'm going to adjust the angle of retrograde too. Oh, physics is kicking in. I was like, why is it not moving? I'm so confused. I know I got the throttle up a little bit. I should definitely see some sort of change. And I have no fucking clue what orientation this thing's gonna be in. We might be approaching from the side. Shouldn't matter too much, though. Okay, let's kill off the vast majority of our speed. Our difference in speed. We're actually accelerating to match the speed of the target. Okay, so now I can kind of see it. I can see our big old dirigibles over here. So I want to come in, let's see, I think that's a docking port there, and then on the opposite end, I think that's our airlock. Yeah, cool. So we want to kind of hook right underneath it here. So we'll delay approaching until we're about lined up with the front. Should be pretty close. Try to back us in here. I'm going to move off to the right a little bit too. So it's kind of pointed downward. Looks okay, but I am off to the side just a little bit too far. Try and match up all my lines that I can before I go and switch over to controlling it from the docking port. Definitely time to deploy that. Open that up. Oh, not much. We're just trying out a test flight real quick. So that looks somewhere in the realm of level with the body of it this way, but my nose is definitely off this way. And I would really like to be able to balance this out, but it's being kind of a pain in the ass. Nose up. And now we can probably switch over to controlling it from the docking port. Kind of. I say kind of because I'm not actually going to control it from the docking port. I want to set the target over to the station's docking port, and then I'm going to use an action group to control it from the probe, which apparently is not in the right orientation still. Shit. Doesn't look like it. So I'm going to control it from this thing, and you'll see what my problem was with it. I don't know, it's just a pain in the ass. Especially at really low speeds. Another thing that I could definitely do though is go for more fine control. Make this a little bit less powerful. Wouldn't hurt. Oop. Fudged it. Well, this is gonna be fucking fun. Now, I wasn't paying attention. Did my wings hit that thing, or what the hell happened there? Oh yeah, this is gonna be fucking great. Okay, that's a little close. we go. Okay. I just wanted to get stable before I get that close. Not that our target is all that stable. Yeah, I gotta figure out that docking port thing. Because it's kind of, it's cocked to the side. It's like, this is the top of the docking port, and my nav ball's all fucktified. I don't like it. But I can't figure out how to put that probe core in so that it'll work right, so it'll work the way that I want it to. I used to be okay at that kind of thing. So you have to like burst to the side rather than forward and backward. And I shouldn't really have to do that. There should be a way for me to line this up a little bit better. I'm just kind of ballparking it and hoping for the best since the station's moving. Well, I was able to dock it. Let me aim my camera back here. I can't even tell if these are touching it or not. They're awful freaking close though. Definitely a gap in there. Not the safest thing, though. And I see a lot of flex in this connection, too. Which is never really a good thing. So I'm down to 431 monopropellant out of 1,200. 1,198 total. 83 meters a second is not going to be enough DV, though, and that's my problem that I had before. It also looks like I may want to angle... Nah, I think it's fine. I was gonna say I may want to put just another 2 degrees of angle on the docking port so that the cockpit isn't quite as close to this airlock, but I don't think that'll matter. I think this is enough room. Because I would kind of like the airlock to be usable, but it's not like it's really a necessary thing. So I don't think I'm gonna do a re-entry test. I guess we could. We definitely don't have enough DV to recircularize at a low altitude though. And that fucking sucks. Otherwise though, kinda happy with what we ended up with. And ideally we would have 2 of these up here. So I want to go and get more lift out of that first part of the rocket. Otherwise, great success so far. So I think what I want to do... I think I want to go with 4 more tiny solid rocket boosters. Just gonna move this up so that it's a little bit easier. I believe that these have an attachment point at the top. So I want to move it to part of the center stack. You fucking prick. Thank you. And I don't think we need any kind of standoff or anything. This has a higher ejection force, so that's the one I'm gonna go for. And I would like mirrored symmetry. Just kind of debating on how big I want to go. I know it's going to be one of the Globe series. But do I want to go all the way up to a Globe X, which is fairly large, or a 6? 10 or a 6? I have a 1, a 5, a 6, 10, and a 10-2. I guess I'll just start out with a 6. Not too big, not too small. And I'm almost positive that I do want drogue shoots on these guys. Did I? I did. I put them on at kind of a forward swept angle. It seemed like my little separation rocket was kind of pointed inward. I think that'll actually be okay. But I may have to go and reorient those. Problem is, instead of putting these on directly out to the side, if I put them on the back of the rocket, they're, which is where I want all the part drag to be, they're more toward the top of the booster that they're connected to, so that might be a problem. But they're also mirrored, so maybe it won't be a problem. I'm not gonna fuss with it until I find out. That was silly. Now I'm just gonna eyeball it. Fuck. See if it'll let me move that without making my little radially mirrored attached SRBs disappear. Oh, nice, it did. Okay. So, all these new guys, these little fellers, will go into this stage. Wait. Nope, down here. That'll give us a 155 on the pad. That'll definitely get us up to speed much more quickly. They only burn for a very short amount of time. But that shouldn't be any big deal. And then I want the 4 new decouplers in a new stage here. And then I gotta find their separation rockets. Should be the only things in groups of 4 that I'm aware of. And those will go in there with it. And the 2 big parachutes, I don't want to deploy them, they'll just be destroyed, but I do want to find the little drogue chutes, and I'm going to deploy the drogues as soon as we disconnect. Which will decrease the efficiency of the separation rockets, but it should keep those recoverable. And hopefully it'll stop them from, you know, flying at one another and destroying one another. So another thing, for whatever reason I don't have liquid fuel in this. I'm assuming that it was because of maybe the variant that I had gone with before, or maybe the nose cone that I had gone with before, but I don't need these. I no longer need these fuel ducts from the SRB into the side tank. Control-wise, we did pretty good. Really just need to work on balancing this out for easier docking. And I think I'm going to do that by powering these down or swapping them out for something that's a little bit less powerful. These have like a thrust of 4 or something. Oh, these are even worse, but they're vernier. So they use liquid fuel and oxidizer. This would be a thrust power of 6. Jesus. This one just uses monopropellant, but with a thrust power of 6 or 12. Might be handy later. For docking maneuvers, though, these are the ones that I think I'm using. Nope, these ones. This is the same thing, but the one that I'm using is from near future launch vehicles, and uses monopropellant, whereas this one is more of a vernier liquid fuel oxidizer. And these have a thrust power of 4 as well. But I don't think I want to go all the way down to 1, and I don't think that I have any that... Oh, I guess I do. I could swap them out with the RCS blisters. Those are a thrust power of 2. I think the easiest way, though, is just going to be to limit them. And I would like to do it in the VAB. So I'm going to take all of these down to 50%. If I take them down to 25%, they're the same strength as a stock one. Shit. So this one will go down to like 42.5. I'm going to take this one down a little bit lower too, because it's closer to the nose. So that may have been a lot of why I was so unstable. Apparently I'd added that thruster and then not balanced it out. I'm totally guessing though when I set it at 40. I'm just assuming that since it's further up toward the nose of the vehicle, that this guy is going to have to be less powerful than this one, and they have the same strength. So if this one was balanced at 100% and 85, this one at 85 and this one at 100%, then I'm assuming 42.5 will be imbalanced with 50%, and then if this one's further up the nose, I'm going to take it down to 40. Take down an additional 2.5, and we'll see how that works. And that should just make it a lot less jumpy when I go in for a docking maneuver. And this fucking probe core in here. Actually, I don't really think it's gonna matter. I just, I don't have any way to orient this to still leave it here where it's going to open properly. It's just gonna have to be off to the side, which sucks, but since I can't choose the orientation of a probe core, you know, what are you gonna do? Or get the damn docking port to... What am I hitting? Oh, I'm hitting tab. Like, why are you not rotating? So we had, what, 500, maybe 600 Delta V by the time we got into an orbit last time. Let's see how this one does. I'm just gonna overwrite the previous. I'm not really too worried about balance with these, even if the torque had gone kind of mental. They're only gonna be attached for 22.6 seconds at a low altitude, so therefore a very low speed. So it shouldn't really matter, since we have control surfaces. If it didn't have control surfaces, it would definitely matter. We would feel any little imbalance like that, but since we do. And I'm going to aim for about 1,000. I think that I want about 1,000 left over by the time we get into orbit. Since we won't be going to such low speeds, we should be more efficient from launch to orbit too. Alright, turn on all the things. SAS is engaged. And throttle is up. 3, 2, 1, go. See if I fudge this up. Starting out at a thrust to weight ratio just below 1.6 instead of, I think before it was like, what, 1.3 or something like that? And these aren't going to last long at all, so I'm just going to stay perfectly upright to hopefully separate safely from them. We'll only be at about 1.5 kilometers by the time we stage these. Maybe 2. We're at 1.5 right now. Just under 2 kilometers. Oh, shit. That's exactly what I was hoping wouldn't happen. Did not want them to collide with each other. So I think I need that separation rocket that was in kind of an angle. I either need to point that directly at the solid rocket booster that they're attached to, or at least away from one another. Then I should be able to keep that from happening. Let's get a little bit of an angle here. Start into a gravity turn. We have somewhere around 25 seconds of burn remaining in our last 2 solid rocket boosters, and we're already at a 1.6 thrust to weight ratio after that stage, so that's good too. I think we were at like 1.3 before. You can hear all the pieces of those poor solid rocket boosters colliding with the ground. It's a little bit touchy when it comes to side-to-side translation. I was trying to get us a little bit more on target there. So there goes those little guys. And we're actually at 1.77 for our thrust-to-weight ratio for the upper stage, so very powerful. And I like it. 90 seconds of burn left before we get rid of the drop tanks. Looking pretty good. I'm just going to stay at full throttle. AP up to about 45, and then we'll continue in with our gravity turn, hopefully. Actually, with our thrust to weight ratio 2, I probably better be proactive. I should probably just be a little bit more aggressive on the gravity turn than I normally would be. So I'm doing everything as usual, but I'm going to get down to about 15 or 20 degree angle a little bit sooner than I normally would. Typically by now at a 51 kilometer apoapsis, I would be at about a 40 degree angle. We're at about a 25 already. TWR approaching 3. Kind of hoping that we don't see any plasma, any re-entry effects. Then I'm definitely wasting fuel, and I just need to throttle back. I'm hoping we'll be okay though. We're at 50 kilometers of altitude. Let's go ahead and nose in toward the horizon here. Maybe 1 or 2 degrees positive. We're just about to stage. Cutaway looks perfect. I think we were at a 1.4 kilometer negative periapsis previously on stage. But everything's working out really good. We were at about a 1.2 when we staged that one. AP is at 86. also looking fantastic, and about 1 minute and 15 seconds away from us, so we'll get pretty damn close to orbital velocity, and then we'll circularize with a maneuver node. And then we'll just use maneuver nodes to figure out if we have enough DV for what I want. I definitely don't want to get up there and dock to that damn thing with barely any fuel again. It's okay to do it now, it's definitely not okay to do it when we have tourists on board. Worst case scenario though, if I were to completely fuck up on the initial launch and everything, we would just send a little drone up there, a remote controlled gas tank basically, to dock to the station and give our tourist vessel a little bit of liquid fuel and oxidizer. At least I think we would. Pretty sure that we can transfer resources right now. I got really close to radial in before I cut the throttle there, just to lower PE a little bit, basically to take my orbit. It's easier to explain with a polar orbit, so if we're at AP here, and I nose in, then I'm taking my whole orbit and I'm shifting it this way. So I'm lowering PE while also raising, lowering AP while also raising PE. We've got about 4 minutes until we reach AP. All we really need to do is hold prograde and do a burst, but I think I'll let the flight computer do it anyway, even though it's a little wonky. And we're right about on the money. My goal was somewhere around 1,000 meters a second of DV remaining when we got into orbit. At the moment, we're at 999. It's gonna cost 24 more for us to finish out our orbit, which I think is gonna be just fine. How much did we have when we achieved our orbit last time? When it was somewhere under 600? So yeah, we should have more than enough now. So everything is actually looking really good. I don't think I'm going to go through with a docking maneuver this time. Now I want to start working on re-entry. Sorry, I had to grab a drink of coffee. Now, I was a little bit off my point. I should have activated RCS for just a second there. That's okay. I'm trying to think of a good way for me to vent. Since we have internal tanks, it's actually going to fuck up our test if I re-enter with all of our fuel. Do I care that much? Should we just try it anyway? I don't think so. I think what I want to do... We have 975 meters a second of DV at the moment. I think I want to get around to PE. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. We're at 95 and 95, so go ahead and hold prograde. I'm going to burn until we're down to about 500 meters a second, and then we'll turn retrograde. We'll probably end up doing our re-entry test from about 100 kilometers. Because I don't have any other way to just vent fuel, unfortunately. I know that there's mods out there that will allow me to do it, but I don't have any of them installed. Oh my god, this thing uses so much monoprop to do a maneuver. Close enough. Okay, I don't want to go any further. Because if I do, I don't really have control of where we re-enter. I'm bursting forward just to speed us up a little bit. My PE is at 85. I'm gonna have to do an orbit. Don't set a target, add a fucking maneuver. Another 139, that'll leave us just enough to deorbit. That's pretty much perfect. I would have just told the game to hold maneuver, but it uses way more monopropellant. I can kind of understand why, like it's designed to do it quickly, and it was designed for it to also be using reaction wheels while it does it, so it like bursts and corrects the entire fucking translation instead of just getting into, you know, a spin in the right direction and then stabilizing. The hell was that? It couldn't have been the hotel. 440? What's our current altitude? Oh, it was the fucking hotel. Okay. Hi. How you doing? Yeah, I'd put the hotel like 5 kilometers over the altitude that was required by the contract, and now I'm honestly kind of wishing that I had put it even higher up there. Not that it's going to interfere with anything at 455, but when it comes to like taking off ahead of the hotel and the amount of time that it takes for you to orbit around to catch back up with the son of a bitch, if it were in a higher orbit, then we would have a whole lot more options. I would have preferred to have been able to do my maneuver to meet with the hotel first orbit every time. And we would be able to do that if it were further out. Kind of like going to the moon. It's far enough out so that within the first orbit that you do, you should have, from the equator anyway, you should have, oh, I see. I forgot to tell it to actually do the maneuver. Well then, motherfucker. Next orbit, get her done. I'm a dipshit. Or was I in time warp? I could have swore that I told it to, but I guess not. All that bitching about wanting to do it in one orbit, and then I'm like, nah, we'll do it in 2, it's fine. We got time. Whoops. Didn't really matter. We don't have to be circular. Could have just done it anyway. Especially from the point where it's at. Because the only thing that's important to me is that we set down during the day. So, I mean, Technically, I could have just waited until here and done the re-entry test from whatever the hell this altitude is, so that we'd settle down somewhere in here. I'm not worried about the parachutes. What I'm trying to test here is control. How much control do we have on our re-entry? I totally did forget. Tis true. So this should basically be where retrograde will be in about 3 minutes. Oops. Stop using fuel, dickhead. Oh, and if this thing had a setting for it to just default to off when it's finished with a maneuver, I would love that too. I think there might be a way for me to tell it to turn itself off. So, but I don't fucking know how. Like if I were to tell you, let's disable RCS real quick. If I were to tell you to hold program, and then if I put in a delay of like 500 seconds, and then I wanted you to turn off, no, I can't. I can only do it over here. Balls. Oh well. It's not a big deal or anything, but it'd be kinda nice. So, I don't really care where we set down or anything. I'm just gonna time warp. I should definitely have this thing holding retro, though. I want to get us to, I don't know, right before dawn, pretty much. Why did I get kicked out of time warp? Ah, because I didn't notice that it had burned a little bit more than I had hoped that it would, and we actually hit the upper atmosphere. Fuck you, game! So let's turn on RCS and we'll point radial out. We're gonna end up deorbiting with our monoprop, probably. I just wanted to burn long enough that that we started to ascend again and get the fuck out of the atmosphere. Unfortunately, that did use all my fuel, but since we didn't do the docking maneuver, we do have a shitload of monoprop, and we want to vent that anyway. For the most part. So we should be down to under half by the time we're returning. Even less than that if I let the computer go hog wild on it. So we do still have a negative PE, but now we're approaching AP, which will be fine. Okay, and somewhere right in here, we're guaranteed if I can lower our PE, we should be setting down during the day for sure. So we'll just use up this little bit of fuel that we do have left. And then we'll use monoprop for the rest of it. And I'd like to test out for re-entry, same as we do with a capsule, of about 55. It's going to be a little bit higher since we're obviously not a capsule. I think I also want to fold these down. And I hit the wrong... I'd switched back and forth on which control group to use, so I'd hit the control group to control it from the probe that was supposed to be oriented so that it was easier for me to dock, but unfortunately it isn't. So I just had to control from cockpit again. So I'm going to rotate us around. I feel like I may have missed one of my monopropellant nozzles somewhere. So when I did that, I first pulled back on the stick, so we should have just nosed directly upward. But instead we kind of veered off to the side when I started to rotate too. So we might need to balance these even better. Might have to actually pull the first couple of rockets off of there. So I'm going to just time warp until we hit the upper atmosphere, and then we'll figure out what orientation we want to be in. Because I'm not sure at all what angle of attack that I'm going to need there. We could go extremely high. We're at 60 degrees right now. Oopsie. Wrong hole. There. Not deploy, you fuckwad. Activate these. I'm hoping that they'll help us out. I don't know if they will. And then I have these laid down still instead of putting them back up, because I'm not as worried about rudder control as I am about pitch control and maintaining whatever our angle of attack is. I want the belly to be exposed to the oncoming air resistance and not the rest of the vessel. Thinking this angle of attack might be way too high though. Fuck it, let's try it. The important thing is, can we maintain control? So we should be able to find out. Because the first time that I actually tested for re-entry, mostly just wanted to see if my parachutes were in a good location, so that we'd set down with this part of the vessel right before we set down with the nose. I didn't want to set down like in this orientation, like upright. That'd be bad. Okay, we're getting pretty low, so let's nose down. Same for a 45, huh? See how that goes. Good morning, Space Dave. How you doing? Finally doing a re-entry test on this hunk of shit. It's not my favorite tourist vessel yet. Well, that's not good. I was assuming that with these air brakes, when I activated one set, the other set would automatically activate. Now I know. I did want to set those up for an action group. I couldn't find an action group that activates or deactivates control. Oh no. Your ore processor just went kapoof, huh? Did you happen to have a previous save that you could revert to try and restore it? Or are you going to go and redesign it? Try to crack and proof it a little bit? No? Oh man, that sucks. Do you use mods, Space Dave? Because I would highly recommend either a mod manager patch to enable the tether feature that I think it's Nerte's landing legs have, or just to use those landing legs. All you use is MechDev? Shit. They have a tether feature that kind of anchors your stuff to the ground, and it seems to make everything a lot more stable. I mainly used it to prevent that, like, hop-on load, where I'd go to load up a vessel at rest, and it would appear, like, up in the air, or it would clip into the ground a little bit and pop up into the air. and it took care of both of those. But it's also taken care of some Kraken issues with like Pathfinder bases and whatnot that I've had. Oh, it was in space? Oh no. Oh no. That's how I like to do mine too, with the reprocessor or the refinery up in space and the driller as the part that that actually lands and grabs the ore or whatever, depending on the mods that we're using. Alright, let's see how it goes. Got it locked in. It looks like I'm off at a bit of an angle. Wow, I have a shitload more monopropellant than I should have, so I think I'm going to disable RCS. Because even though it's going to increase our weight and skew the results of this, I'm assuming that by this point we're basically going to be out of RCS, out of monopropellant. Mr. RG, how you doing? Long time no see, sir. Thank you for the raid, man. Good morning, friends of RG. What are you up to today, man? Still playing the Kerbal Space Program? Good morning, Shadow. Playing science and technology. Are you writing another game, sir? Played this cool plane game that, I think it was just called Plane, wasn't it? A shuttle is supposed to have wings. It's definitely supposed to have wings and not parachutes. I'm trying to design something that stage recovery can deorbit for our tourists. We're just doing test flights right now. I was trying to get it up into space without wings too. It was a fucking nightmare. So I ended up, instead of going with a belly and with 2 solid rocket boosters on either side of it, similar to an actual shuttle, the way that an actual shuttle would launch, I just said screw it and went with 2 liquid boosters on the side that feed into the main core of the vessel, and then 2 solid rocket boosters on the outside of that for a little bit of additional DV. Played KSP and then you moved on to Game Dead. You did a 2D pixel art curveball system. That's awesome. Oh yeah, this thing's it's totally dangerous. Spinning like crazy and then it exploded. Yeah, like, I've had that happen with mods, but if you only use MechJeb and don't use any other mods, that is weird. I had to take out persistent rotation because I had a problem with that. With the whole spinning all the time. But if you don't use persistent rotation, that shouldn't be the problem. A little bit of Selling Lemonade Simulator. How do you like those ones? There's one about running a pawn shop. I'll have to look at the name of it. I can't remember. So, re-entry test, like, basically flawless. Should probably deploy the drogues. Still curious what this last stage does, so I'm just gonna stage it. I have no idea. No clue what that does. Let's go ahead and get our wings up too and disable SAS. It's all up to the chutes now. I do want to see how balanced they are. This thing's supposed to just set down on its belly. That's time warp here. We do have safe shoot installed. The Kerbal survived? Oh god. Oh, but you left Bill in it? I bet that gets hectic. I've never actually had to hop out of a vehicle. Did you even see these doing anything? I wonder if I should just get rid of the air brakes. I don't think they did a damn thing. I think it was mostly our tail here. So the nose is still up a little bit higher than I want. I think. Let's get right above the ground here. And then we'll come out of time warp. It's not that much higher, though. We are packing a lot of monopropellant that we wouldn't have normally. Well, we're landing on a hill, so... Okay, shouldn't matter. What I definitely don't want to have happen is the back end of the vessel to hit the ground, and then for all of our chutes to cut, and then for it to slam into the ground. That would be bad. Alright, so a couple minor revisions. I'm pretty happy with the rest of that. No, we just ended up in the desert for the re-entry test. Good morning, Mr. LGG. Yeah, no wings. Just this. Wings are for people with higher survival ratings. Now, I like everything that we have going on here. But I'm having a problem with RCS build aid. Well, it's not really a problem with RCS build aid. It's a problem with being able to disable the built-in nozzles for this, or to tell it that to exclude them. So what I've done, it says nozzles all over the fucking place, and it's really difficult for me to dock to anything with them. Since I don't have wings, it was designed to have wings and for there to be additional nozzles on those wings, and it doesn't. So what I've done is I've switched the RCS fuel over to Aerozine and Aerozine 50 and NTO to disable them, and then I've added my own to try and balance it out a little bit. I think I'm gonna pop these off. So the problem when I go to balance it, it doesn't include the thrust from the built-in nozzles anywhere except for out to the side. Like, see, it just won't disable those two. So I don't know what the hell's going on, but I'm gonna try to get it a little bit better. This thing's a nightmare to dock. So to get those on right, I've moved everything to eliminate torque. I'm gonna have to undo it a little bit. Let's see if I can find a better position, because these should all be lined up properly with one another, but they are way off, and it is really difficult for me to maintain control with this terrible freaking design. Okay, so something's just way overpowered here. Probably helps if I start with the right thing, which would be forward and backward thrust. So somewhere in there. And then I can't balance this one, since there's no right-click option to disable those damn things. Let's go ahead and move these inward. I wonder if I ought to just get rid of them. So those are going to be a pain in the ass if they're not lined up with the rest of this, but I don't have enough nose. Come back. Oh, I do have enough nose. Okay, that'll work. Let's tuck those in there somewhere. There we go. Oh yeah, we have a Discord. LGE has a Discord too, you should definitely join his. So this one will be in balance no matter what. I've just got to kind of rely on the rest of this. Thankfully, all of these have the same power. I'm hoping that if I can balance the rest of it out, that it'll all work out okay. So I was assuming that 42.5 would be good if we went down to 50%, but it doesn't look like it. And it looks like 33 is the closest I'm going to be to those working out properly, unless I add another thruster on the back, which I think I might do. Definitely okay with that. Let me know if that stupid link stops working. Sometimes it does. I'm gonna leave that one at 35 then. I'm gonna grab any kind of linear thruster. I wonder if one of these little tiny baby ones would be powerful enough. Because then I think I could put it right in front of this. Nope. Maybe. Do I have any offset parts in this? I shouldn't have. Everything should be symmetrical to the left and to the right. Ah, shit. I wonder what I messed up. Nice. Looking good. I like it. This is the one that crackened out on you. I don't recall really having the spinning issue. I've definitely had stuff cracking in stock, but I've never had it like spin and then have the pieces separate, unless I was using persistent rotation. Nice, I really like your SSTO too. And this is the part that lands on the on Minmus to mine, right? Looks really good, I like it. I like the viewing cupola on the front of it too. I need to go up and add those to mine. I only have one station at the moment, unfortunately. So it looks like I'm destined to have a little bit of a role in this, unless I offset something. But I don't really know if I want to offset or just tone them down. Get rid of them. Because I would much rather this be very accurate. Oh, is that the problem? Are these not on perfectly? It's another problem that I've had with this, the body of this fucking thing. It's just got enough of a curve to be a pain in my ass. Is one of them somehow higher than the other? Maybe I didn't do a very good job. Why would they both be bursting downward though? Maybe I just need to swap out the blocks that I'm using. not going to use the Mark III. I like the Mark III, but since I use a lot of mods, I generally use the Mark IV mod and OPT when it comes to cockpits. And I do like the Mark I a lot, and the Mark II. Kind of with you though. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of the Mark III. I really wish I could balance this out, but I can't exclude that fucker. And I have no idea why this doesn't have a disable RCS option. Yukala, thank you for the follow. Apologize for the things that I've just done to your name. Hopefully I didn't butcher it too bad. Oh, whoop. Nope, nope, nope. Wrong hole. You stay the way that you were. Shit, I don't remember what number it was at. Back to this. 34? 35. Ooh, that's gonna be a toughie. No, it won't. I need to do the same thing that I just did there, but I don't want anything attached to the bottom. So let's do mirrored symmetry, and I just want to try to find a spot where they're pointed downward. That's not downward. Anywhere will do. There we go. That's downward. Put them out on these things. Okay, they're further back on the vessel. I gotta figure out what strength to put them at. Because the top one's at 35, but there's two of these, and they're further back. Looks like 39's as close as I'm gonna get. Good morning, Flip. Maybe I can find a better spot. Maybe if I put them, like, kind of parallel with that one. Pretty sure they're just gonna end up exploding on re-entry, though. They're so tiny. There we go. Making an SSTO that starts like a rocket so that it flips when it's landed? You mean like standing it up? Use your new hinges. Give it a structural piece. Don't use them on the engines though. Especially not without mods. I have advanced tweakables enabled and auto strut, and I can't remember what kind of Kerbal joint reinforcement, because there's kind of two flavors now. I'm pretty sure I'm using Next, but I can't remember for positive sure. thing is all kinds of fucked. I don't know, I think this front set just needs to be moved back, probably. Guess it's not gonna matter for that one, though. Fuck it, looks better up here. We'll leave it where it is. Alright, well, that should be a little bit more balanced. That should make docking slightly easier, but couldn't really get it perfect. Not with these blocks, and not with the way that I have them attached, because I'm pretty sure that these are all off at a little bit of a tilt because of the curvature of the shuttle thingy thing that we're using. So these guys will go back on out here, and they gotta go on a mirrored symmetry. Thought that we had a little bit more of a sweet spot last time, but I may have to move them up or down. Actually, I think that's close enough. Think it'll do, donkey. So I do have to reattach this one fuel line, and then we can take it back up. And this time we'll go up for an actual dock. We'll see if see how everything fits. See how our propellants and whatnot do. Nope. That way. Yeah. Okay, so another oddity with this one. My crew refused to actually man the vessel, so we'll throw them in there. We'll upgrade. Yeah, upgrade's a word. We're just making up all kinds of new words this morning. It's gonna be fine. Oh shit, and I forgot about this stupid SRBs. So I won't be able to use the move tool to reposition those. I wonder if I can use the parachute to do it. No, if I move the fucking parachute, then they're gonna mess up too. Damn it! Pain in the ass. So one last little thing. Make sure I put them on properly this time. No, I put them at an inward angle this time. God. There we go. So I didn't have this attached to the decoupler properly either. You go on like that. Now our parachute should actually point outward, and it looks like I put these on at the wrong angle too. Don't know why. I'm gonna move them. See if we can make some big monies today. Everything about this is off tilt. now I feel better. There we go. Let's see. Land like a plane on Minmus, but backwards. It's tougher, but definitely doable. Especially on Minmus, and without a payload. Just because monopropellant is so freaking powerful on Minmus in stock. We have a Minmus in JNSQ, but we haven't even tried building a lander for it. I would imagine that the lander for Minmus is going to be quite similar to our lander for the Mun. Just double check, make sure that that doesn't have any liquid fuel in it. Sometimes it does. Today apparently it doesn't. Okay, we'll go over staging. So we're going to ignite all 6 of our SRBs as well as our 2 outer engines. We're going to deadlift the payload here because the vacuum engines that it has right now are shite at sea level. Then we're going to pop these little guys off about 22.6 seconds into the flight. Then we pop off the larger solid rocket boosters. These clamps definitely don't belong in the 3rd stage. That'd be a bad day. Yeah, there you go. Make a VTOL out of it. If you have success with putting an engine on any of the hinges or the rotors, let me know. I tried the hinges first, and I've never seen an engine bounce around like that. It was not pretty. Checking my auto strut. Looks all good except for these little guys. They're going to be decoupled first, so I'll just go to root part. Alright, see if it'll still make it to orbit. The only problem that I have with the robotic parts is the flex. And I don't know, maybe Kerbal joint reinforcement would take care of it, but I've heard that you don't want to use it on the robotic parts themselves. So I don't know. I don't know why it's holding it so far up. Did I not put that all the way down at the ground in the vehicle assembly bay? Weird. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. So the most important things for this launch, make sure that everything is fully recoverable. Which is why we put parachutes on it all. Hopefully, these little sons of bitches won't run into one another. I am going to deploy the drogue chute this time, as soon as we decouple from them. And immediately smashed into each other. Fuck you, little bastards. Okay, fixing that. It's like a $5,000 shell, and I'm still fixing it. Might not even be 5,000. Probably less. Oh, okay. LGD saying that if you use the there's a bit of a workaround available on GitHub for KJR. I knew that they knew about it, but We're using all the solid rocket boosters just to get the total DV that we want without having to invest too much money. I would actually prefer, if this payload were smaller, to use nothing but solid rocket boosters outside of the vacuum engines here. But the payload's actually quite large for a scaled solar system. So we ended up going with a shitload of SRBs, then the 4 that we're fucking with right now. Those are mainly there just to give us that little bit of extra lift, get us up to speed a little bit more quickly right off the pad. Then these guys let us conserve fuel in the main stage and offset the fact that our vacuum engines are so crap at low altitudes. Oh, okay, so what I want to do is an additional action group to lock the parts, huh? I'm trying to think of which way these guys were going. I want them to go the other way. Might work. Just trying to get them to keep their hands to themselves. No touching. Yep. Totally just put that on without another one on the other side. It's fine. There we go. There's some places where you really can't live without symmetry. And one of them is definitely boosters. Okay, let's see if I can get this right down to the ground this time so that it's not holding it so far up off of the pad. Oh, maybe this is the cover for the engines. Maybe that's clipping into the ground. It's probably there. Because if I go into the ground, then it's got like a default minimum that it'll move it up to. So the additional little 4 solid rocket boosters are just so that we start out at a favorable thrust to weight ratio. And we don't throttle back, or at least we haven't been. I could probably conserve some fuel by throttling back and maintaining my thrust to weight ratio for the entire ascent. But I want this to be as easy as possible to put up into orbit, since we're going to be using this for tourist missions. This is our 24 passenger. It actually fits 25, but we do want a pilot. So 24 passengers in this one little thing. And out of that 183 that we invest, I think half of it is the lifter. So all we should be having to pay for, if I can get these little fuckers to stop hitting each other, is fuel. And then we should be able to hopefully recover all of our different stages and shells. Spent stages, and get a little bit of money back for them. We won't get all of our money back. Try it again. Oh, okay, use docking ports. So if I had an engine that I want to start out angled, lock it into place there, unlock it, rotate, lock, and then have it move into a docking port. Put docking port basically on the top of it, and then clip another docking port inside of the piece. Okay. Come on, little SRBs, you can do it. 3, 2, 1, go. Got this, bros. How the hell did I click on just the parachute? God damn it. How do I get those to stop hitting each other? I guess just another rocket? Or turn my rocket all the way over so that instead of deploying outward, they deploy, or instead of deploying up and down, they deploy out that way? Why am I having such a problem with those little guys? Let's revert to the launch, and another thing that I'm going to do, because it might help to separate them if I do go into a gravity turn. They don't burn for very long, so I wanted to just delay the 22 seconds before I start into any kind of gravity turn. This time we'll do it with them attached, and we'll see if they can stay away from each other. I think what I'll end up doing is probably relocating the parachutes and the separation rockets off to the side to add more drag to the outside. So instead of on the top here, instead of on the back side, I guess, maybe move them all to this side and see if that helps. I don't know. Little bastards. I'm gonna try this though. Oh, wait, no, that's not gonna make any fucking difference. Because it's this one hitting this one. It's not that they come out to the side and then this one hits this one. Because I could solve that by going to a little bit of an angle here. But it shouldn't actually have any effect on these ones. Yeah. Fuck you! Back to the VAB. Yeah, definitely goes back and forth, doesn't it? Super quiet, nice, chill, relaxed, and then blast off. Enjoy your lurk dirts. Oh, okay. So I need to actually pick that part up. I didn't notice that those little rockets that I put on this side are actually encouraging a collision. Because I didn't pick the part up. I wonder if I could just take them off. I wonder if just the ejection force would be enough. Come here. Please? These things are tiny. Can I click on the back part of you? Of course not. Let's try it without any of that. And just the drogue chutes. Those will be what go next, though. I'll just take all the chutes off of it and fuck them. If I really need to. Just let them die. Alright. Need to get in. Staging, anything need changed? Don't think so. There we go. Oh, is it louder than normal? Let me fix that. I had muted it while we watched movies and I played yesterday. Trying to work on this thing. So I was guessing that I had the in-game sound at about 30. I'll turn it down to about 25 and we'll see if that's any better. We'll go down to 20, and then let me know if that's too quiet. Also doesn't help that I've got, like, nose to nose with it when it launches. A little bit easier on the ears, or is it still a bit loud? Sounds better? Cool. Thanks for letting me know. Don't collide. You sons of bitches. You don't think it's the chute, do you? I'm just going back to the launch. I'm not going back into the VAB. I'm going to move the drogue out of that stage. But I think without it, they're just going to be destroyed. Because I think we release them at a low enough altitude that I won't be able to get away from them, and stage recovery won't be able to claim them before they actually hit the ground. So any stage will do. We'll just move those up there. The stage really isn't worth enough for me to worry about, honestly. But every little bit does help. It's just, you know, $10,000. I hate them. I hate them so badly. Okay, so back into the VAB. I'm wondering if I put them back out a little bit closer to, like, where the control surface is, the, you know, closer to the wing, so that they deploy more outward. I wonder if that would help. This is about the last time I'm going to mess with it, though. Freaking little things there. Yeah, I'm still gonna put the separation rockets on them though, I think. You're gonna make the SSTO itself modular? Oh wait, no, I don't want them there. Because it's this one colliding with its partner on the other side, not this one colliding with this one. So I do want them on the spine. On the belly, technically, I guess. Hello? There. Yeah, we'll see if that's any better. If not, I might go for a kickback booster. Because they're not a whole lot more expensive. I don't think, anyway. Let's go price compare. So the little boosters that I'm using right now, these globes, full of fuel and everything, are gonna cost us about $1,000 a piece. If I go with a single, like, kickback, that's an amble. They're almost 3 times the cost. 2,700, but we're talking one on each side because they're gonna burn a lot longer and they're bigger. So we've got what, 4,000? Did I say those are about 1,000? Yeah, they're $1,000. So 4,000 be an extra $2,000 to swap them out with kickbacks. Be an extra 1,400 actually. I don't know, might be worth doing. Just checking through my staging again. Missing something. There. Yeah, and yeah. Oh, this is not how you want to build space shuttles. This is... Don't do it. Like, add wings. Do yourself a favor. Oh, move the decouplers down to the main stage and the solid rocket booster up a little bit so that it doesn't, so that it moves more outward instead of getting a curve to it. Let me implement those next time we go back in. Sorry about that. Load time is like my go-to for catching up with chat, you know? Try to spend a minimum amount of time in the BAB when I'm making stupid little changes like that. But yeah, totally makes sense. Coupler too high. So all of the ejection force is being applied to, well, more to the top than the bottom. See if the separation rockets in the higher angle there will help at all. Probably just gonna go and hit that one now or something. Just to irk me though, right? Just to piss me off. Shuttles are actually really difficult to design for me. Part of the reason why I don't bother and why I usually just don't put wings on them. Typically though, like the original idea with this was to launch it as a single stack. Adding them off to the sides just is a little bit simpler, a little bit easier. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Let's get some angle on this shit. TWR is at 1.4. I thought we fixed that. Oh, why are you... What? Am I out of balance again? Shit. Why are you being such a pain in the ass to control? Don't do it. Stop what you're doing. Down to about 25% of our fuel. Oh, I thought I clicked on maneuver mode. I think I'm ascending at far too low of an angle at the moment. We're getting ready to kick off the 2 big boosters and ignite the engines in the middle. Get rid of those. Those didn't separate for shit either. Okay, that's a problem. Why on earth? Oh, because we went to the 2 side stacks. I guess? I don't know. Why am I not igniting my engines? I mean, our thrust to weight ratio isn't too bad, so it's not like it matters. Well, I guess we're only at 17k. Did those sons of bitches just hit each other? Or was that the 4 of them hitting the ground? The original 4. I think it was the original 4 hitting the ground. I'm gonna have to pay more attention to those next time. Will F3 tell me? Oh, okay, yep. Globe 6 solid rocket booster crashed into the terrain. Damn. I think I'm gonna swap them out with kickbacks. We'll just go for a low thrust, much larger and longer burning set of those. The extra couple thousand will make them recoverable, so screw it. What's AP? 32 right now, so I do want to continue pushing upward before I start to lay over at all. That's so weird that I did that though. Why did I do that? Like what I would normally do, because these should be at pretty much max efficiency right now. Almost, like damn near. The ISP is going to continue to rise until it maxes out, and I'm pretty sure 345 is where it maxes out. So, it's a little silly for me not to ignite these sooner. Oh god, gravity turn. Stop looking at numbers. We're gonna do our gravity corner. Whoops. Nothing says efficiency like right angles. That's not true. Don't trust that. But anyway, and go with a either a thrust limiter on these guys, or a less powerful engine, something more efficient. Because their thrust to weight ratio is like 3, so that's why I'm not igniting the center stack yet. Till there, but it seems a little silly. God damn it. Messed up on the gravity turn again. So we're going to circularize at like 120k. Instead of our target of 90 to 100. Yeah. I guess I could pull it down. TWR on the final shuttle is actually pretty good. I don't even know if I should call this thing a shuttle. What the hell do you call a shuttle without wings? Death trap. We'll call it a death trap. No problem, Linux. Thanks for your help today, man. You have a good morning. Looking forward to watching your stream, sir. So I have my nose down fairly aggressively so that I can pull AP down a little bit closer to 85. And then we'll nose back up. Yeah, just a shut instead of a shuttle. See what you did there. Okay, let's nose back up before we pass AP. I've accidentally done that before. Just like last week. It was that first week, I think, that I was back to KSP. I forgot that in JNSQ the atmosphere is at 85 kilometers. Ends at 85 kilometers. So I was up at orbital velocity at 75 kilometers, and then I cut the engine, and I'm like, why are we slowing down? I don't understand. Because we were at fucking orbital velocity inside the upper atmosphere. Good times. Okay, and I don't want to end up, you know, with this outrageous AP. So I'm going to cut the engine there. We have plenty of time to come out to map mode and throw in a maneuver. And we just want to circularize at AP. And we'll let the flight computer do most of it. But I want to get it on target. So otherwise, it just takes that thing too long. Let's go ahead and fold back the rudder there. That huge rudder actually works as really good control surfaces for maintaining our pitch on re-entry. Kind of an unintended side effect. I mostly had made these lay down this way so that they wouldn't block the docking port here. Kind of a happy little accident. They do look good. But unfortunately, it did mess up some of the other ones. That's a mod called Real Plume. And I keep forgetting, I need to go and fix the mainsail and the skipper engine. Like the engine's all the way up here and the plume starts like way the hell back here. But that should be something that I can fix fairly easily. I just keep forgetting to do it. Oh yeah, that was real good. Yeah, good job. Well, we're circular-ish. We're at 95.4 and 93.7. You know what else I forgot? Totally forgot to time warp for about 2 hours. But I am a dick. Yeah, fuck it. So we're gonna set the space hotel as our target. But we are gonna end up having to... This is like the least efficient, time-wise, the least efficient place that I could have, started to go for a maneuver from. Like, I really screwed the pooch on that. See, if I had launched like half an hour earlier, would have been fine. But I'm right in that bastard spot where it's just a little too far ahead of me. So I think it's going to be somewhere in here. I'm not sure. I'm just going to have to delay. So we got a nice, calming 3-hour fucking time warp coming up from a low altitude so that I don't lose the ability to revert since it's a test flight. What's my AP? 5 kilometers lower than what it should be. Just wondering why the hell that didn't match up well at all. Right about there. It doesn't really matter. Any separation that's lower than 40 kilometers is good enough. I have something in my freaking eye again. I'll take care of it while we wait on time warp. No, I don't even think I'm gonna really bother with getting on target quite yet, because it'll kick us out of time warp. It's gonna take forever. So, other oddities about this thing. It uses a capacitor to store its power, and then it has to dock to something to charge it back up. There's no solar or anything on this. It also... I cut out all the snacks. Oh man, I just noticed that we're back down to 600 meters a second. We're like 400 meters a second lower than what I wanted to be. Let's see how it does at 600. Nah, we were at almost 600 before. Shit. Okay. Alright. So, 2 things that I want to do here. For one, I don't want to sit through all that fucking time warping. Boring. Let's go back to the launch. I am going to change this, but to get around that time warp and shit, I'm going to set an alarm and just go out to the Space Center, and we'll skip ahead in time a little bit. A couple hours. So I'm gonna just recover that from the pad. I think that's the fastest way for me to just get to a point where I can time warp. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to remember to time warp every single time I put it out on the pad, so I'll just get it out of the way now. Maybe. For the load. Hello? Hello? Space Center. There it is. What the hell? Okay. Oh, and they got ribbons for that. Heavy vehicle ribbons. Interesting. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed your message. Are the engines stock? No. The engines, I believe, are SSTU. What the hell? This little bastard better be on a collision course, or I am gonna fucking rage. Because that's one of the things that I am gonna try to do for the entire playthrough. Not rage, but no debris. I keep forgetting to put tac self-destruct in. Actually, I might have added it. I might have it now. Are you in a collision course? Oh, okay, good. Okay. We're good. This is actually up far enough that we can do our time warp from here, so the extra minute shouldn't matter at all. Let's do 2 hours? Somewhere around there. We'll just time warp. This is a little upper stage. The satellite itself was on this, and since I didn't want debris, I did put it on a collision course. I just couldn't remember disconnecting from it yet, which is kind of odd. Like, usually I would have waited until we got within the sphere of influence of the moon, and then I would disconnect from it while it was on a collision course. So I got a little jumpy there. Did I not add... Did I not just add an alarm? Okay. What the fuck? Why are my alarms at 7 days? Ah, okay. So it had added the alarm to the sphere of influence change. Sometimes I hate this game. Raw time alarm, god damn you. I thought it was disappearing, I didn't notice that it was adding him down there. I'm a total dipshit. Back to the Space Center. So the body of the shuttle itself is apart from SSTU. Then the boosters on both sides and the engines that are on the boosters are SSTU. The engines on the back of it, I'm going to have to look at what added those. They're Marlin vacuum engines, but they're not an SSTU engine. And I have no fucking clue what added them off the top of my head. Probably near future, but I don't remember. So the engines on the payload are from Tundra Exploration. Oh, no. Those are the Mothra. These are Marlins. Oh, yeah. Just a different engine. But they're from a mod called Tundra Exploration. And they're a really good upper stage. 650 kilonewtons of specific impulse in a vacuum. Only 160 at sea level, though. That's why I'm not igniting them. We want this guy, the latest version. So we finally take care of the problem with the little SRBs, just in time to get rid of them. I'm going to go ahead and can those control surfaces. I may end up adding some control surfaces and mirrored symmetry to the outside of the big boosters. Since we don't take them all the way up into orbit, it does make sense to have some there. I'm going to keep this decoupler, but only one. I'm going to swap those out for these kickbacks. So they look like a big badass booster, but they actually don't add a whole lot of thrust. They're kind of a low lift. And that'll work out pretty well for us. Actually, I'm going to put the control surfaces on those. What the fuck? Okay, I don't know what the hell that control surface was doing, but we accept it for who it is. I do not have symmetry enabled, do I? That's fine. That's not fine, though. What the fuck are you doing? Why would I want that on that? If I pick it up from the decoupler. What the hell? Have a good day, Dave. How is that even happening? So it's adding a booster to both sides of the decoupler. Okay, so let's start over here. Come here. There we go. Okay, so I think what happened is when I picked it up from the decoupler, it was already fucked. So it just added 2 of the fucked versions. And actually, I probably could have used the move tool and it would have gone away. With this particular one, since it doesn't have a nose cone, and since it's not from SSTU, so I don't have like an option to put a nose cone on it, we'll go with a, do I have a Mark 26? If I don't, I don't. All I have is the Mark 16 parachute, so I'll just go with radial mount. Let's see, and I kind of want the larger sized ones. I'm just making sure that it added 1 to the opposite booster instead of 2 to the same one. And we'll throw a nose cone on the top of it. So with our previous boosters, we were getting about 22 seconds worth of burn. These will last about 3 times longer. These should burn for over a minute. About half the time of the heavy lifting boosters that they're attached to. And I think it'll work out better. Oh, I forgot I have SRB nose cones, but I think I'm just gonna go with a regular one since I already added the little rocket in there. The SRB nose cone does the exact same thing. Alright. You go there. You go there. You go there. No drogue chute. We should be at a high enough altitude that these sons of bitches hopefully will be recoverable. That's the whole point. This is gonna cost me a little bit more than the other way. And we don't really benefit much of anything. Like, our TWR on the pad is only 1.32, so we went from 1.18 to 1.32. Like, they're really low power. And I guess I'll check. I don't think that I have a thrust limiter on anything in these first stages. If I did, then I would want to get rid of it. Negative. Man, these things are wusses. I almost want to do 2 of these, but since they're going to last so long, I think we'll be okay. I think in the long run, we're still coming out ahead. And I also kind of want to move that lower. Oh, no, you stay right where you are, Kerbal Engineer. Top one should be just fine. Oh, actually, it doesn't look like they're almost gonna burn as long as the one they're attached to. I just noticed right before I hit the launch button, or deploy button, or whatever the hell it is, that I only get like an extra 190 something. Might just get rid of these altogether and go with another SSTU booster then, or upsize our current SSTU booster. Only problem with that, they are a little bit more expensive. Okay, throttle up, lights on, and go. So we start out at a 134 on the pad. Much lower than 4 of those little globes, which kind of sucks. Oh shit. They literally burn for like... these ones here are going to burn for an additional 11 seconds over these ones. I think I'm going to swap them out for another version. The kickback just isn't quite powerful enough for what I want. Nah, fuck it, we'll leave them. So, there's a couple of upsides, there's a couple of downsides. One of the biggest upsides is that we get to keep our control surfaces that are going to help us turn into our gravity turn for a little bit longer. Because this is going to be a real bitch to control without anything on this plane. Any wings or, you know. And all I really have are these 2 guys. And those aren't going to do us a whole hell of a lot of good. So we're going to be ascending on just gimbal and vectoring, and it's going to be a nightmare. So it's even difficult for me to keep it on target now, trying to force it into a gravity turn. Oh my god. See that thing flexing around? Somebody forgot their auto struts. You got this little decoupler. You're doing great. Fuck you. That was that 2-hour alarm. I forgot to delete it. Get out of my face. And now I'm really worried that we're not going to actually have enough power, enough control for the rest of the ascent. We're only at 15 kilometers. We just lost our control surfaces. TWR is a little bit better because we've kept the additional set of boosters on there. So the upside to the little guys is we can get up to a higher initial speed in that first 22 seconds. The upside to the big guys is just, you know, that they stay attached for longer, so they help us out for longer. And I don't know which one I really prefer so far. AP's already at 36. I do want to nose down. I'm scared. Oh, no. Okay. Going good. I expected, when I first tried to nose down, that this thing would just somersault. But it looks like it's gonna be okay. Let's pull down to about a 25 degree. You're doing great side boosters. Oh, the other upside is they don't collide with the goddamn ground or one another because there's only two of them and they're at the far end of the vessel, so definite improvement there too. So AP's at 61K, we're almost at 50K. Everything else is looking pretty damn good, honestly. And we'll just see what our total is when we achieve orbit. 54 seconds from AP this time. Previously we were at about 1 minute and 10 seconds from AP. That's mostly working. Because I totally scrapped the previous idea and just went with 2 side boosters instead of 1 on the belly. God damn, that was a pain in the ass. I don't know how much time I spent on that yesterday, but I know that we devoted like almost an entire stream to it. And then yesterday I sat here for probably at least 6 hours. Just trying different little variations of it. Pain in the butt. Go ahead and say goodbye to those guys. AP's only at 81K, so I don't want to nose down. There we go. 83 ought to be safe-ish. 57 seconds from apoapsis. So basically I have 50-ish seconds to achieve this orbit, or we are fucked. Should be fine. It's looking pretty good. Only question is, how much fuel am I gonna have left in the tank when we get it? Target is anything over 1,000 would be great. I think we'll be okay. Let's go ahead and fold these away. We're just now getting out of the atmosphere. Come on, baby. It's wanting to nose up, I think. Son of a bitch. Did I not balance the engine out properly? Too late now. Screw it. I'm just gonna go radial in, since I accidentally kicked AP up way too high. Kind of even it out a little bit. Lowest I can go is our current altitude, 91, so pull it down to there and then see how much further prograde I have to go. So we ended up at about 900 meters a second. I did kick that out a little too far. Maybe 800, I don't know. This cost him more than I had hoped. Okay, that's down to 92. So I want to go prograde plus a little. Since I'm past AP, we'll circularize. 92.9 and 92.2. Not too bad. But I'm only at 841, lower than my target. Adequate though. I mean, I think that's plenty-ish. I think it's pretty damn close. Let's see how time warping affected this. I'm going to set our target and raise AP with the maneuver node to 450. It's looking really good though. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Really? I still have to wait for an entire orbit or more? I do. Even though I switched out to that probe and did the time warp, I guess I fudged it up. Well, god dang it. Zero that out. Ain't that some shit? So when did all that time warping? Oh, wait. What is our targets? AP and PE. What? How did the hotel end up in an extremely eccentric orbit? Oh, okay, okay. Because it targeted the wrong thing. Oh, thank goodness. So there's extra fuel inside of this probe. So I just left the freaking probe. I saw that it said Space Hotel. I didn't notice the probe part. I targeted the wrong fucking thing. I was looking at its orbit, and if I raise my AP up to 450, let me hide those again, to match its orbit, then why the hell would its orbit ever go inside of my current orbit? So I had a little bit of a mind fuck going there. Let's just get rid of that. Let's set the actual hotel as the target. There we go. That's a much more circular, wonderful orbit. I started getting all kinds of worried because I've had a problem in the past with planets and moons not taking time warp properly. So we gotta go around just about one orbit before we can do our maneuver. So for instance, I had a tourist vessel that was on its way out to the moon. And because of time warp, I think it was a Copernicus issue, I'm not really sure, it could have been better time warp, but like, so this satellite is on its way out to this, to the moon, and this one's going out to Minmus. I would time warp, and time warp wasn't affecting everything equally. So I had a tourist vessel that was supposed to be going on a low flyby of the moon, and the moon was further ahead in its orbit than it should have been, and the goddamn thing just smacked right into it. So I started to really worry there, because if you're inside of the sphere of influence of something, and so like take say I were to take Kerbin that we're orbiting right now, and I decided that I wanted to move it around Eve, I would still be in this exact same orbit because of the way that the game handles physics and does, you know, its thing. I would still be, everything that was within this sphere of influence would still be within this sphere of influence. So what I thought had happened is that little bit of time warp that we did on that probe, on that spent stage that's going to smash into the moon, I thought the fucking planet had moved ahead and that the orbit was still the same. But now part of the orbit is closer, so we formed an eccentric orbit. And yeah, like the panic attack was real there. We're fine. We're fine. It's all fine. I was like, oh my god, that's the end of the fucking playthrough right there. Like, screw this, I'm gonna go play something else. I guess it's Slay the Spire Day. We're gonna go play TFT or something. But we're good. And I didn't have my AP quite as high as I needed it to be. We're gonna go up to 455. And I'm looking for any kind of separation, doesn't really matter. Although I don't want it to be like 0. Fuck that. We'll go for 2. 1.9. Perfect. Wonderful. Execute. But fuck off for that part. I'm gonna leave this up because I totally skipped it last time on accident. Turn off SAS and we'll start to nose down. We're gonna find where prograde will be when we get to that maneuver. Now we only have to time warp for 51 minutes, which isn't quite as bad. The previous one was almost 4 hours, and yeah, at 50 times speed, it's like, okay, well, we'll just sit on our ass for the next 3 solid minutes doing nothing while we time warp and just spin. 50 minutes won't take long at all. Totally worth. So I'm trying to get it as close as possible before I engage SAS, just so that it doesn't cost quite as much monoprop. And then we'll time warp. I think it's 1 or 2 orbits, but that's not that bad. Good morning, Carthax. How are you doing? How'd your stream go the other day? I didn't see you on when I got done. So I don't know if you did you do a short one there? What'd you end up playing? I thought you said you were going to do KSP, but I can't remember if you were going to do KSP and then another game, or if it was just Kerbal the whole day. I have to remember that right along the equator, from where we take off, we do go into the Great Desert. We may be able to integrate an additional contract into this tourist flight, depending on how this goes. If we get up there, if we dock, and especially if re-entry goes as smoothly as it did last time, then I don't really see any reason not to pass this for missions now. No, not yesterday. Last time you came in to hang out, I thought you were going to go and start up your stream. But by the time I got done, I didn't see you on, so I wasn't able to catch it. I'll keep an eye out, though. I'm sure I'll catch one. 2 minutes, 1 minute. Please do a good job. I went ahead and just turned off RCS, because otherwise it, like, really veers. But that should be fine. And I guess instead of stabilizing or anything, let's go and set up our next maneuver node. So separation of 5.5, perfect. We're going to be at about 30 kilometers away from it when we take over. But I'm going to put in a circularization maneuver up here before we take over. And that'll give me an automatic alarm too. Getting there. Thank you for the good vibes, sir. Hopefully that will help. 665. Try to remember that. We have 665 meters a second of DV going in for the dock. It's just important to remember that because if it ends up not being enough, then I kind of want to know how much to have by the time I go in for the docking maneuver. Otherwise, if this were a live mission, and if we had tourists on this vessel, and I noticed that we're at like 450, and it's not going to be enough, then we need to send up some more fuel on our next launch, basically. Like, send it right up to the hotel, get that damn thing fueled up so that we can safely deorbit our tourists later on. So, where is my target? You don't need to help me here, and we can just get rid of that. There is our target. We've already got the nav ball. It automatically switched over to target. We want SAS on. And you're going to do a real terrible job of that, aren't you? So, no stability assist. We're going to get turned around to prograde and prepare to match speed with the hotel. Now, I tried to balance these out a little bit. That's why this test is, more important than last time. Hopefully, it'll be a little bit easier for us to dock with it. I came in at an angle, and the dock was unsuccessful in our first attempt last time. And so the whole station was kind of doing a bit of a dance. Don't want that. Oh, get rid of that altogether. Distracting me. I'm gonna go pretty damn close to retrograde this time, because I do want to kill off speed more than I want to change our approach. And we're already about 8 kilometers away, so let's kill off that speed. A little bit of it anyway. And we have no idea what orientation the station's going to be in. It'll be in a different orientation than last time because we did that time warp there. So you have no idea what way it's going to be pointed. But I am going to go ahead and kill off more speed here. See how it noses up when I hit the throttle? I thought that I had balanced this stage out, but apparently I did a shit job. So I need to go and fix that for sure. It doesn't matter too much if we're within the atmosphere. It really only affects like precision maneuvers, I guess. Let's approach from the bottom again. Keep an eye on my monoprop too. We're definitely making it last a hell of a lot longer now. We'll go ahead and hold retro while we approach. Looks pretty good. I just looked down at like the barrel of a gun, try and get an idea of whether we're going in directly for it or not. We should be pulling up underneath it. We'll have another correction that we actually need to do to get a little bit closer to it, but we'll time warp for a moment here since we're only approaching at 18.1 meters a second. Okay, physics is kicking in. We had approaches in the past where I didn't kill off the speed. There weren't as many safety measures in that part of the space program as there are now. Physics would kick in and then I'd go blasting past it. We had one where I think I was approaching at like 1 kilometer a second, and you could see the solar panels. Like I went directly in between 2 sets of solar panels and nearly tore them all off. So I'm trying to be a little bit safer about it now. Alignment looks pretty good. Let's get a little bit closer. Okay, so I can see the dirigible. So we are approaching the right direction. Let's go closer then. I want to get pretty much underneath it and then match speed with it. Okay, now it looks like it's pointed downward. So I'm just gonna keep cranking away on this. Let's go ahead and open up the shield on our little docking port there. Nighttime dock with subpar lighting. This will be fun. That's what this will be. Fun. Trying to translate left. And then we'll zero it out. And then before I transition control, I'm going to match speed. So that hopefully I don't fuck it up like I did last time. Let's go forward too before we transition control. So this is our little station. No surface lighting. I was actually hoping to illuminate it a little bit better with this thing, but doesn't seem to be working out. Thank you for the host, Carthax. What the fuck have I done? Oh, that's what I did. I forgot to set a target. That's never good. So I lowered the strength of all of our thrusters, and I'm already absolutely loving it. And I may have been okay with going all the way down to the stock strength. We're about twice as powerful as a stock thruster right now. Wow. Really powerful forward and backwards still. I kind of do that on purpose so that if I don't have enough time to flip the vehicle around and I have to use monopropellant to stop, I want the forward-facing thrusters to be very powerful. So I'm being a bit lazy about it, about the way that I set all this up, honestly. And Kith. Perfect. So I'm still off at an angle because I'm a fucking loser. If I were to use a different mod, right now I'm just using a mod that shows me an indication of what orientation my control point needs to be in for it to be flush, for it to be flat with my target. But if I were to use this, then I could totally align it so that we were perfectly down the center of the spine of the station. And I might have to start doing that with these. Now, we already checked the spacing, but let's just look again. I just want to make sure that nothing is clipping into anything. Aw, frickles. That little fucking thruster that I put back there is clipping through the shield for my docking port, and I don't want that. Otherwise, though, looking pretty good. So let's test for re-entry, hopefully. Let's go ahead and undock. Make sure that I'm controlling this from the cockpit here. Okay, looking good. Make sure when I thrust downward that I actually move away from the fucking thing. Awkward if it didn't. Go ahead and close that. I don't want to move this, so that's gonna move. Let's go ahead and switch the nav ball off of the target. .497 meters a second of delta V remaining. And I'm just hoping that that's enough for us to circularize into a nice low orbit and prepare for re-entry. Bye, little station. It was a little too much. I'm gonna push PE back up by bursting forward with my monopropellant nozzles. Welcome back, Dave. Now I'm gonna go a little bit higher than 85 just because I'm gonna use the flight computer. And I'll want a maneuver node, but this time at PE to circularize again. So 185, I have 316, perfect. Because I do want a little bit of an overhead, but I don't want to be carrying excessive amounts of anything. Right now I actually have a hell of a lot more monoprop than I ended up using. I could definitely downsize those, but it would throw off the weight of the vessel, so I don't think I'm gonna. Made a new transport? Awesome. Do you use them for tourism, or is it a crew transport? Now it just burned retrograde, so the opposite of this, the opposite end of this orbit that we're currently in, pointing prograde now, should basically be retrograde by the time we get there, so that's what we're aligning to. Oh, wait, did I tell the flight computer to actually do anything? I didn't, because I'm a dick. So let's go ahead and do that. And last time I tried a re-entry at 55 kilometers with less than 45-degree angle of attack, and I want to do the exact same thing. It's really big, and you gotta figure out how to get it into orbit. Oh, are you talking about your drilling rig? It's empty, though, isn't it? I think that won't MechJeb also tell you your thrust torque? If you can find your thrust torque, then you should be able to get damn near anything into orbit. No, I'm okay with this orientation because we want to flip around to prograde anyway. Okay, that's it for the flight computer. Actually did a really good job there, the flight computer. 86 and 86. 86.2 and 86 nil. It's not too shabby. Now, I do want to delay, so I'm going to have them hold retrograde. I'm going to have the pilots hold retro. Because, like I said before, I want to set down in the daytime. So I'm going to time warp until about dawn. Gotta fill it up in orbit because it's too heavy? Aww. Is there any way to feed the fuel from it into your lifter? Right about here. A little bit of a burn. So we literally have 113 meters a second of delta V in excess of what we actually require. I'm going to go ahead and activate the engines now. The engines, Jesus. The parachutes. I'm going to go ahead and deploy them. Not deploy them. God damn. What do you call it? Arm them. Yeah, arm them. I've never seen anything in stock that's too big to get to orbit. You can do it. I've definitely made shit that I can't afford to get to orbit. Oh no, you'll be fine. What kind of an engine do you have on the back there, in the center? Is that a Wolfhound? Or another nuke? So what I would do, if I were you and this were mine, it looks like you've got something there too. I would use your decoupler right off of the center one there. For another thing I would do is grab your mech jet, find your thrust torque, balance these engines out with the payload, fill up your ore tanks and everything, make sure that everything's like totally full, or at least 3/4 or halfway full, and balance these little bitches out so that it doesn't, so that it can hold on prograde while you burn, regardless of vectoring and all that. Then I mean, it's a little excessive for the nozzles too. So that might be something that I would change. But otherwise, decoupler here. Then your last engine there, whatever the hell it is in the center, that'll be your main booster. I would do a liquid one there. And then I would just maybe do 2 SRBs with a radial, or with a stack decoupler on the side. And then you could even do one off of there and one off of there for additional boosters if you needed it. Because these the nuclear engines aren't going to do shit for you in atmosphere, so just stack it on top of a squat little asparagus staged lifter. If you want, we have a craft sharing channel. If you want to throw your craft up there, I can show you what I would do with it, but... How did I know? Because I love that engine. And I couldn't think of any of the other ones that have that big of a nozzle that would make any sense whatsoever to have on the back of that kind of a vessel. Those fucking Wolfhounds are great. Oh. I don't even know if these things are going to help me, but they're definitely not going to help me if I don't activate them. Now that's saying that they're currently active, right? Have I been deactivating them? I'm so confused. I'm holding down B right now, which should force them to deploy, shouldn't it? Oh god, what state do I want these in? Are they currently active right now? Or do I have to press the button to make them active? I'm so confused. And why the fuck aren't they moving? Hello? We're only in the upper atmosphere, but when I hit B, they should deploy. Well, frick. I think they're broken. Why no deploy? It can't be because I have them clipped into the surface too far, right? Aren't these like an integral part of Kraken tech type stuff that you clip them into all kinds of other shit? I do see now that I'm looking though that they might be a little bit subsurface on the end of on the sides there. When I mouse over it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, it really is. Perfect for vacuum. Yeah, go for it, Carthax. Throw a link out, dude. Oh, oh, oh. Well, I don't know what the hell's going on with my air brakes, but I'm gonna have to get rid of them. My god, Paula's back. 4 fucking months, holy shit. You're playing some Minecraft? Nice. I haven't played Minecraft in a long, long time, but I do remember it fondly. How you doing today, Paula? I am hoping that we don't die. Mostly. Not dying, definitely high up on the list. Made a server for it? Nice. Playing Minecraft, but you only get hate? Aw. Why? Are you streaming it? It's a bit of a tough scene in the Minecraft crowd, huh? You know, another community like Kerbal Space Program that I really enjoyed is the people that you meet when you're streaming a RimWorld. Doing pretty good. Pulling my fucking hair out all morning. Trying to force this to deploy the way that I wanted to with just one belly tank. But as soon as I gave up on that shit, it's going a heck of a lot better. A whole heck of a lot better. So now we're doing our final tests before we continue on with the playthrough. Start to bring up some passengers in it. I am just a smidge worried about that 113 meters a second of excess delta V. That's a little low. And I may end up having to throw an additional set of parachutes on here now that we're conserving so much freaking monoprop. But, But he stopped because hate? Oh no. Yeah, I got a lot of hate too when I stream Minecraft. I got totally screwed in the world that I generated. Like usually I get a nice little base set up and everything's fine. There were creepers every fucking where. Everywhere. So I ended up in like this jank ass treehouse. It looked like shit. I didn't get my main building going for a long time. Every time I'd try to dig anywhere, I'd run into lava. Just got screwed. Stream when the hate is gone? Just fucking block them. Get Streamlabs chatbot. It holds things for inappropriate things and whatever you specify. Oh, like try a filter. I think my chat filter has like literally 3 things in it. I don't know if these are enabled or disabled. I don't see them moving at all. Remember that last re-entry attempt? Oh, okay, so yeah, I had kind of expected these to explode. That last re-entry attempt, we didn't have any problems though. It looks like all of those little nozzles are getting ready to blow up. And there's something in the middle here? What the hell is that one? What is that? That's not the, like, the main piece, is it? I hope not. re-entering at about a 20-degree angle, or, well, hoping to. It's actually going phenomenal. Oh, okay. Can't block people in real life. I disagree, but I understand now. In my neck of the woods, they call that divorce. Going really good. Like, we did start to overheat a little bit, but it never got to the point where I was nervous about it or anything. We should be able to kill SAS now. I'm going to wait until the drogues deploy, and then we'll just cut that off. And they should be able to take care of the rest of this. Although, maybe if I have passengers, it's smarter to leave it on. Oh, we'll be able to see how it sets down in water too. We hadn't actually tested that. I hadn't even thought about it because I'm a nub. The re-entry particle effects. Let me get you the specific name because I can't remember. I think that it's re-entry particle effects. Like, literally, I think that's the name. A restraining order? Yeah, exactly. Hard to divorce a school class? Little fuckers. Re-entry particle effect by Pizza Overhead. There's a link to it. I use re-entry particle effect. Real Plume is a really old mod, so you do want to get... Oh, no. I was thinking OPT. I apologize. OPT is a really old parts mod, so you need to get OPT and the OPT reconfig. As far as visuals, though, Real Plume with the Real Plume stock configs, and that's the one that I need to fix. I've got at least 2 engines with some fucked up plumes, and I just keep forgetting to do it. Re-entry particle effect. I have... I'm trying to think of the lighting one. Oh, I took that out. Never mind. So, scatterer. I can't remember, actually. I think EVE, maybe? Yeah, environmental visual enhancement, so EVE. But I don't think that the other visual mods that I usually use for this are actually compatible with JNSQ. Then Planet Shine. The hell is Unblur? Oh, it's supposed to make the UI texture a little bit crisper if you scale it up or anything. Oh, is it not working? Oh no, it worked. Yeah, it worked. It's just on cooldown. Okay, that's a total lie. 5.7 meters a second. So we're looking great. But I was thinking about putting an additional set of parachutes on here because, you know, just in case we do end up having to re-enter with a little bit more fuel than normal. But I don't know, it's looking pretty solid. There we go. And I didn't see anything blow up. So I'm gonna take these off, because the fuck? Like, seriously, why aren't they working? Hello? Fuck them. Alright, back to the VAB. Pretty happy with all the rest of it. Debating on whether to just leave them or not, because honestly, if I do pull them off, it's gonna throw off the balance of everything else, and I don't want to fucking reconfigure it. I don't want to. I don't even know what the hell the cooldown is. Yeah, okay, fuck it. We'll get rid of that. Get rid of that. So I wonder if we could use like grid fins or anything. It actually seemed to do a pretty damn good job though, didn't it? Even without wings and all that stuff. I think for the host Paula. What do you guys think? Like, I feel like they're a safety feature that's really required here. Oh no, you're having a power outage? RIP. That sucks, I'm sorry. Trying to think of how the hell I would put grid fins on this even. Because the problem may have been the orientation of the, like having them pointed downward might have something to do with why they weren't working right. Maybe I need them pointed forward. I don't know. Nice, I wish I did. I should buy one, or just tap into my neighbors. I'm surrounded by Mormons. Everybody but me has one. Which is really fucking confusing when the power goes out in like my whole neighborhood and you walk outside and like every other house is still lit up because they all have generators. Yeah. I'm like, do I report this? Like, did I forget to pay a bill? Why does everyone else have power but me? But now I know to check the street lights. If I just walk out to the end of my yard and look down the street, I can... If the street lights are out, then we're all fucked. And those were added by Mark III. No, those are squad. Those are the stock air brakes. See you, sir. Hopefully the power kicks back on soon. I'm sorry. Make sure you save your game. If you disappear, we know why. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna take them off and call it good. So, we're ready to roll with our 24 passenger transport. For this first mission, we're not gonna be bringing a full payload because we have an additional contract that we signed up for that I totally forgot about when we put the hotel up. And I want to get paid. And honestly, for the extra seat that it's going to cost us, it's really smarter for us to do it this way anyway. Because this contract was for putting up a station. Let's see if I can find it. This one. And on completion, we're going to get $200,000. And the only thing that I'm missing out of the requirements for this contract is to have 2 pilots on the station. So we are going to have a pilot and a commander, both pilots, and we're going to have them bring up the next load of tourists. Now, what site did these guys want to go to? These guys want to be suborbital over the Great Desert, and we could totally tie that in too. This contract pays $400,000 fucking dollars. What? Why does this pay so well? I don't understand. Why would they give us that much money? It is Angel of Light, Tofu Forest, and Yuso Kitsuki. Apparently are outrageously extravagantly rich and would like to see the Great Desert from 85 kilometers. I don't know, I might have to take those guys. But the main one that we want to take here, let's see, we've got 4, 8, 11 people that want to just go into a low orbit. 18 that want to go up to the hotel. That'll be 19. I think we can fit all of those. Jesus. So these 18 people have pitched in together and are willing to pay us $76,000, whereas these 3 are willing to pay us half that. Plus we get a bonus because of the active strategy that we've chosen. Holy shit. $90 Celsius? What? Why is that a thing? So we're definitely going to take that one. We have 22 seats, 23 seats open. What do these guys want to do? They just want to go up into orbit too. Can I fit them? 11, 18, 29. I can't. I'm like 2 seats short. One because of the extra pilot, and one additional one. And what do these guys want to see? Oh my god, these guys want to see the Great Desert too. Well, this one dude. Shut the hell up. So we have 4 people that want to go over the same thing. Not a closed one. My closed one just pulls off whatever the hot water heater's throwing at it, I'm pretty sure. I don't think I can tell it a specific temperature to watch for my clothes at. My shit ain't that fancy. I don't know if I hate my washing machine or not. It's like one of those low water, low oscillation. I don't know. It's a pain in the ass. There's Paula. Apparently you would like to go into an orbit around Kerbin. Pops the Weasel, Lil Puff, and Dr. Jebediah, all included in this contract. So let's see, 18, 11, 29, shit, I don't have enough seats already. Wow, that's really neat. Pulls in cold water and heats it up itself. I like that. Mine, I just have to, I guess the only main difference is you only have to hook up one water hose to it, right? Whereas with mine, I have to have a hot and a cold. So we definitely want our pilots. Oh god. That fucking sucks. I've had that problem with a couple of other parts too. But for some reason I can't load anybody into a part from Stock-alike Station Parts Expansion in the VAB. And I don't know why. We might be okay. Let's put it out on the launch pad. Because I know that I can load them up out on the pad, but only for certain contracts. So the guys that have an itinerary, I need to load them up into the main part of this inside the VAB, which really kind of kicks the whole plan in the nuts when it comes to combining, you know, tons of multiple contracts. I won't be able to do it. It won't matter for this flight though, because we'll be able to load up the 18. That's our big money. And then we'll just fill up the remaining seats. Should be able to take 5, so I think we're going to have 1 seat empty. So I guess I'll just pick one of the contracts for 4 people. Thankfully, we can load them up out on the pad. So who do we got? We have another TTV viewer. We have Mr. Fake Nick, Heybus, Aldberry, and if I'm not mistaken, those are... I don't think those are viewers. Ultra Steve is in on this. Mr. Dirts is in here. Tidpup5, Joe Raleigh, Raging Wookie, Daffmond, Debley, Jeanette, Pammy, Halfield or Hatfield, Catfell, Mouster, Alden, RC, Inier, Ted Pont, Sandy, Bobbert, and then all the way up in the front with several of the passengers, Jeb and Valentina. We can go ahead and delete that. We'd reverted the flight, so that alarm came back. I'm just curious about the view in here. What the fucking hell? Why is the cockpit in the back of the craft? This is like the middle of the bay. Yes, sir. We're using a mod that is gonna allow you to come on this mission with us. So we got 4 guys that got a front row seat to the middle of the fucking cabin. Oh, weird. Okay. So from the back seat, I think we're looking outside now. From the front seat, oh, no. It depends on my view angle. How funky. Weird. Well, thank you for the follow too, sir. What other views do we got? These guys won't have a very good view. They're inside of our, they're inside of the cabin because they paid us to go up to the hotel, not to see anything in particular. So they kind of get economy seating in the back, and I can fit, I think, 4 of them at a time. Well, this guy's got a laptop. He didn't get too bad of a deal. He's gonna play some Minecraft too. Sorry, I love checking out the IVAs. Their view is gonna be dick all. They won't be able to see anything at all from back here. Interesting. Okay. Enough horsing around. Yeah, that was really weird. So instead of their view being at the front and looking out, you know, outside at the sky, our pilots for some reason are like back here somewhere. So I'm just assuming that the shuttle doesn't have its own built-in IVA, or that the IVA depends on another mod that I don't have installed. I have no idea. But something ain't right. Alright. So our first tourist mission, we do have 1 seat in this thing that is unclaimed. We're ready to rock. 3, 2, 1, go. Watch while you work? Yeah, a lot of people do. No problem, man. Appreciate you hanging out, and I'm glad that you're enjoying the playthrough, too. Oh, yeah. Forgot the auto struts on those. My fucking boosters. Look at these things flexing. Look at that. Jank-ass backyard setup space programmer we run in here. We're gonna have to fix that. Whoops. So now we're just distracting you? GG. I'm sorry. Kinda sorry. Sorry, not sorry? I don't know. I would really like to be on the 90-degree line so that I don't have to spend any additional fuel realigning this, but might not be a thing. I will try not to kill you while you work. Promise. Promise to try. Booster number 1, gone. Booster separation number 2, done. TWR at 139. A little bit subpar. Wouldn't mind that being a little bit higher. Ain't gonna lie. AP is at 18 kilometers. We're at 15. Right out in front of us. Mick me, mate. Thank you for the follow, man. Welcome. Backyard Space Program is a mod, and it is fun as hell. And yeah, it's got a cockpit that's literally like a cardboard box with windows cut out of it and shit. It's got like barbecues. Got all kinds of good stuff. Unfortunately, I'm not using it, so we're just ghetto. Ghetto space program here. I'm gonna nose up just a little bit, because I remember having to push just a little bit further on the final stage last time, and I'm hoping that I can be more efficient if I climb up out of the atmosphere a little bit more quickly. Why is this wobbling around like an asshole? Stop what you're doing. What are you doing? Oh dear. Oh dear. We're gonna get some software released on Tuesday. Nice. Oh god. AP's gonna be way higher than I wanted. For some reason I was thinking that we didn't lay over horizontal until after we got rid of these. But I guess I was wrong. Why is it doing that? I mean, I wouldn't think that it's my control surfaces. Have I broken something? I may have broken something. I don't know, I might have literally broke something. Passengers boarding, liftoff, separations. Okay, well, nothing like broke, apparently. Maybe I'm just losing my mind. Home after a 14-hour shift. Holy moly. Making that money. Trying to pull AP down just a little bit again. So I'm at about a negative 5-degree angle. Well, we push 40 seconds until we reach AP, and we have just entered space. I don't know, maybe it could have been the air brakes, maybe it was just the animation that was broken. No, it couldn't have been the air brakes, because the air brakes would have been deactivated until descent, when we had to right-click on them. At least I think that's how they work. Because you wouldn't think that you would want the air brakes active when you're on takeoff. You're on a fixed rate? Oh, boo. Shenanigans. Not cool. Okay, we're just about at orbital velocity. We've got about 2 minutes until we reach AP, so I want to cut the engine there. We'll go ahead and tell the flight computer to circularize us. I'm just going to want to do all kinds of stupid shit, so I'm going to... Oh, it's already taking control. Ah, fuck it. It's fine. It only got to use a little bit of our monoprop. Should be okay. We should have been fine just holding prograde, but it's fine, whatever. We're on crunch time for the last year or so. Oh man. It really wears. Stop using all my monoprop. It's actually fine now that I've taken these down. to 50% or less. It's not really that big of a deal. We actually have way more monopropellant than we need, but still, I would rather have it than not have it, and it seems like a fairly silly investment, honestly. Oh god. Okay, we're fine. I knew that was gonna happen. I've done this before. We're fine. I don't even remember, like, my brain just shut off a little bit there. I hit a button and then that happened, so I thought that I had accidentally throttled up. So 650 meters a second of delta V at the moment, and I believe that we were at 665 last time we did this, and we ended up with somewhere around 100 left when we recircularized. So we should be okay, right? Pretty much? Maybe? Possibly? Might be? Could happen? I don't know. We'll go ahead and hold prograde, but I do want to turn these off because, I don't know, honestly, the pilot, like, using these seems to do fewer minor corrections than the flight computer. Still, I don't want it to use up too much monoprop. And did we circularize? Yeah, 90.1 and 89.9, so pretty damn good. Pretty damn good at orbit. Space Hotel. Set as targets. Now this is this launch would have taken place at the exact same time as our last test. So we know that we want to get AP up to 455. And we also know that we're going to have to wait for one orbit. So we'll just go ahead and get that out of the way now. And we'll figure out when to execute the maneuver. Where I had it there was actually pretty damn close, but we don't want to do it until here-ish. What's our separation looking like? 7.4? Perfect. Well, that'll do. SAS off, RCS on. Let's get on target. And we'll time warp. Gonna delay for about an hour. Oh, wow. Just curious, is that IT guy still around? During STP-2. Can't think of what that is. First thing that comes to my mind is Stone Temple pilots. He is? No shit. Kinda figured he'd get canned. What a blunder, though. I don't know, I do kind of like that the company did keep him around, honestly, but... Heck of a screw-up. Yeah, we were close to pushing him through a closed window? Yeah. Understandable. There we go. Kind of reminds me of a time where, thankfully I didn't lose any work or anything, but when I was a union rep, I saved all of my cases onto an encrypted thumb drive. And I was getting ready to go in and do a last minute one. We have a certain amount of time that we're allowed to file, officially file a grievance in, and we were down to like 2 hours left before I would have been untimely and would have lost the grievance based off of that technicality. So I go and pop my thumb drive in to print out my paperwork and everything, and another one of the reps, Ryan, had accidentally re-encrypted my thumb drive and put his password on it, and Ryan didn't work that day, and I didn't know what the hell Ryan's phone number was. So yeah, ended up on the phone for about the next hour and a half. Finally got a hold of somebody that knew Ryan, he wasn't there, so I had to get a hold of Ryan's little brother, who got a hold of Ryan to get his fucking password. It was good. Thankfully got it all filed, just barely in time. 5 or 10 minutes to spare. Alright, we're on. See if we can survive this. I feel good about it. He only fucked you over? Oh no. Everything else was fine? SCP-2 was FH's second mission. I don't know what that means either. Who's FH? I'm really wondering if I need to balance these out a little bit better. I'm going to leave the monopropellant on, because I know that it was nosed down a little bit at the beginning of that. I should have nosed up. Turn it off there so that it doesn't veer off too bad. Oh, Falcon Heavy, okay. I figured the answer would be something that would make me kind of facepalm. I'll do that. Alright, so when we get there, hopefully everything goes according to plan. I'm going to add a maneuver, same as before. To circularize, I'm going to use that just for the alarm. And then I think what I'll do now, let's see, will that work? Can I switch it over to target and position to target retrograde? Nah, I'll just wait until we're closer. Frick it. We're out of here. I know, I should have. Totally should have. Then we should see our target behind us. So I'm actually going to end up pointed the wrong way when we come out of time warp, I think. There it is. So SAS off. Let's get moving over there. Oh yeah, and we'll get rid of that shit. I just wanted these for the alarm. All that matters to us is retrograde relative to target. So nav ball has to be not on orbit, not on surface, on target. And then we want to find its retro. So we want to match speed with it. Plenty of time left. 30 kilometers away. Difference of 170.6 meters a second. We're approaching AP, so we're slowing down. This is fairly circular, so it might also be slowing down just slightly. But we're the reason this number is going up, we need to speed up. Oh man, I turned off RCS instead of SAS, so I accidentally devoted some of my monopropellant to killing my spin that I wanted. 'Cause dumbass. Alright, let's get a bit closer here before we do anything. We'll get down to maybe 10 kilometers, and then we'll kill off a lot of the difference in our speed, and we'll also adjust our angle of approach. So that's about 10. And I want to get this thing, if I'm horizontal, like if I'm matched up at the horizon, I want that thing either directly above or below it, because I know that my docking port is right in the center of it. How's it going, King? Doesn't necessarily mean that the docking port will be above it or below it. Definitely every chance that the station could be sideways, but that's how I want to approach. And I never really want this thing to be directly on it. 'Cause those are called collisions. And collisions are bad, okay? Just moving a little bit closer. We're only 5 kilometers away. We're approaching at 53.2 meters a second. I think from here we'll just lock on to retro. I think that'll be fine. We're actually going to come out on the top of it, so let's fix that too. I don't want to slow down a whole lot more until we get a bit closer. So the further away from this thing I move, the more effect I'll have on our angle, and the less I'll have on our speed. Whereas if all I wanted to change was speed and didn't want to affect my angle, I would just go directly onto retro. So that should get us approaching right underneath it. Or at least in the realm of underneath it. Let's see how this goes. What are you up to today, King? Every time I say the word king, I think back to... Remember Kitty, the death metal band? Or are they death metal? I don't know. They're metal? Some kind of metal? Can't remember the name of the fucking song. But just the word king, ever since I was in, like, high school when that album came out, makes me think of Kitty. I'm just going to adjust this upward. We're also awful close, so I'm going to slow us down as well. I think I'll slow us down just a little bit more, and I want to adjust it off to the side. There we go. Yeah, this is a totally live mission. 2 of our own crew, and what was it, 22 passengers would all be totally dead if I fuck this up. We are bringing a transport of tourists up to our space hotel. Hopefully. Mr. Psy, no problem, man. Shh, be quiet. We don't want Psy to get in trouble. But be quiet. Psy's an awesome dude. If y'all want to meet a really nice guy, give him a follow. Much higher production quality on his stream than mine, too. My shit is jank. His too strong. Trying to align us a little bit better. It looks like the front of it is kind of pointed out to the side. Looks like this part of the hotel might be a little bit closer to us, so I kind of want to approach this way. Then we'll kind of curve in, and it looks like it's pointed upward, but it's hard to tell from this distance. Why, thank you, Paula. Wholeheartedly agree. Totally follow that man. Oh, I just now noticed how fucking slow I'm approaching. Okay, so let's start backing into our parking space here. I want to start heading more upward, and I want to move over to the left. And then we'll straighten out and approach, trying to find a view where I can kind of see down the center of this thing. And I think this is probably the closest I'm going to get. Oh, I suppose we could probably open up the damn docking port too, eh? Yep, and there is our target. Didn't do a very good job at the end there of backing us right into where I want to be, so I'm going to match speed. Oh, good. Okay. SAS reset. Get moved into place here. I like to get as much as I can out of the way before I control from the docking port. It's a little bit less of a pain in the ass. Should we use the fancy docking port mod? So mostly what I'm doing, once I match up one axis, then I reposition the camera off at a 90 degree in whatever direction and try to make sure that everything is the way that I want it. So everything's looking okay-ish. I'm going to move us up and a little to the left. We'll get pretty close. Oh, we need to go forward too. I have no fucking clue how to say your name, but welcome. Thank you for the follow. Any attempt that I made there would just lead to butchery, so we'll just leave it at welcome. Nice to meet you. Alright, transitioning to mostly navball control now. Everything looks okay. So we have two different docking port mods that we can use. This is the fancy one. This one's really nice. So the orange thing is the orientation that we want to be at. That'll leave us flush with our target here. So we'll take care of that first. And then the yellow thing is the direction that we're heading. Well, okay, so yellow's the direction that we're heading, green is how far we deviate from our target. So we want to approach, and we want to move the little green thing right into the center there. How fucking awesome is that docking mod? I mean, we're still this far away, and without any additional looking or anything like that, we know that we're dead on. Bitch to pronounce, yeah, it looked like it. No offense, I hope I didn't come off as a dick there, but I was trying to be nice. And if I had less sensitive frickin' nozzles, this would be a little bit better too. So the more balanced I get the craft, the easier this will be. This could definitely use a little bit more work. And now we make them kith. And I think since we have so much monoprop, well, I don't know, I'm nervous. We do have a lot of monopropellant. I'm really tempted to go and reposition the station once we attach to it. But I don't know if it's going to be all that good of an idea, since it is a live mission and all. So another cool feature of this, that little orange indicator up at the top, was telling me that I'm pretty much perfectly aligned with this. It was pretty damn close. So remember before, when I was docking without it, like my nose would be kind of pointed off to the side and we would dock, you know, out like that. That additional feature lets me line up to 45 degree marks. Or any variation that I would like. Really, really handy for like putting together stations and whatnot. So we don't need that guy anymore. Do I dare? So if I'm low on fuel, monopropellant is how we salvage the mission. That's our backup plan. But we do have an awful lot of it. I think I'm going to go for it. I think I'm going to disable SAS. I'm going to re-enable RCS, because I think it's just going to cost me a little burst, and I just want to orient the space hotel so that it's pointed toward prograde. Technically, it's fine no matter what orientation it's in. It has enough solar panels to recharge our battery and for it to not lose power. Should be fine. And that really didn't cost us much of anything. If I had, like, let the flight computer burst through the entire maneuver, then it would have cost a lot, but I think it's worth it. Alright, I like it. We've got just enough clearance on the wings. Using that other mod, it doesn't even matter how my nav ball orients, so I'm okay with that part. Fuck, I forgot to move that stupid little nozzle. Damn it. So that little nozzle needs to move back behind the parachute, behind the drogue chute on the back. And these guys are free to exit the vehicle and enjoy what I'm assuming is zero gravity, like bars and torture rooms and, you know, all that kinky shit that you would only be able to really do up on a space station outside of the long arm of the law, right? Who knows? Hey, welcome back, Space Dave. So we're going to head back to the Space Center. That should have paid out 2 of our contracts. And I need to check our messages too, so maybe I'll go off to another vessel real quick. Because we should have made $200,000 just for docking. We had a previous contract to build a station, that station. And so we did get credit from one of the contracts that I had taken to do that, but we didn't get credit from the other one that had a requirement for 2 pilots to be up on the station. Still doing the same thing? No, we just did the live one. We just got the tourists up there successfully. Well, we are doing the same thing, but previously it was just test flights where we were making sure that you know, everything was nice and well balanced, that everything was safe, that we had enough fuel and whatnot, and we were confident enough that we went ahead and did the actual mission. Doesn't matter what we switch to, so let's go out to the Hubble thingy thing. I say that, I choose a thing at random, watch this fucking thing have the aperture open and be pointed directly at the sun and blow up my lens before I've even taken a photograph with it. Wouldn't that be nice? It should be fine. I should have left it in an orientation where it's pointed upward. Okay, good. It's pointed upward still. So the only reason that I came out here is because I forgot to check my messages. Every single one of our stages, these are the kickbacks, these are the first boosters that we let go of. Total stage value is $7,000. We got $6,500 back. It looks like everything was recoverable though. This was worth $5,000. We got almost $5,000 back. So we're still pointed basically upright. This distance from the Space Center does matter for those. These guys we kind of got fucked on. There were $30,000. These are the large liquid boosters. We only got $7,000 back. They're about a $30,000 shell. But still, I mean, $15,000 back for something that would normally just be discarded isn't too bad. World first milestone. We've performed a rendezvous maneuver around Kerbin. We've started constructing our first space station. So even though we had a contract that paid us out for that, we also got credit in milestone for it. And we performed our first docking maneuver. Okay. Cool. We got $1 million plus a $338,000 bonus for bringing those 18 tourists up there. Ooh. No. The 30K is how much we would get back based on how much fuel and everything else that was on it. It even factors in electric charge. Like if I drop a battery that's fully charged, I get more money back for that battery than if it were depleted. It's weird. And then we got, because we had 2 pilots, we did get the $227,000 for finishing construction of a new orbital station around Kerbin too. So we're filthy fucking rich. We can now do massive scale launches level 3. We have a new strategy available. Let's go back and down to the Space Center. Yeah, if it were like within 10 kilometers of the original launch site and full of fuel, then we should technically get almost 100% of the original value back. But otherwise, it just lets us know, like, you know, how much did we invest in the shell and the engine that we just discarded, and how worth it is it for us to go back and throw parachutes all over it and make it recoverable. We got $2.2 million. So, that outrageously expensive VAB upgrade isn't looking too bad. We could go to a level 3 vehicle assembly bay. The R&D would be a great one for us to invest in, just to get rid of that science limit altogether. We're using Community Tech Tree and another mod that modifies Community Tech Tree called Probes Before Crew. We do still have a lot of stuff that we need to unlock that's under the $500,000 line, but it might not be a bad time for us to go for it. Thank you for the follow, King. Yeah, that is actually one of the exploits that just kind of like house rules we don't do. Another one would be harvesting rare material from anywhere on the homeworld. Oh, Paula, thank you for gifting a sub to Dandroid. Poor guy. Thank you, I appreciate it. He's like, I was told to use this emote, but apparently this asshole isn't gonna update my sub. Poor bot ran out of emotes, I know. Oh, I did get a hold of Scarlet, but I still haven't heard back from her. I don't know, her stream's doing really well, so I'm assuming that she's just, you know, a little swamped with trying to make partners. She's like right on the edge. She's very, very close. Now, we only have 45 signs, but we are primed to take some photographs. We won't be able to photograph everything, but we can get a decent chunk of science to continue through the tier with our telescope. So I'm kind of thinking about, like, you know, is it worth the 1.8? I think it's 1.8 million to invest in that, or do we invest in lower launch costs? All in all, though, I think the lower launch costs can wait. I think we can definitely do, like, level 1, though. I accidentally went right back into R&D. Let's go over to the administration building and look at our strategies through that are provided through a mod called Strategia. So massive scale launches is what we just unlocked. We need 575 reputation, but it looks like we just have to have it. It doesn't look like it actually is going to cost us anything. $40,000 when reaching orbit with a vessel with a mass of at least 20 tons. When the hell did we ever do anything less than 20? Oh, nice, and facility repairs are free after we invest in this. I don't think I want that one yet, though. I'm pretty sure the private industry is the way that we want to go. It's just how deep do we want to dive into it. We get less science for the preceding stages, but the negative 75% funds off of the launch cost starts at level 1 and goes all the way to level 3. So that alone, very, very powerful, but it costs $750,000. So do we want to do that now and not be able to upgrade the R&D quite yet? Or do we want to wait? If it were just 75,000, no problem. But 750,000 is a large enough of a chunk that we might need to delay that a little bit. And that would put me up to maximum strategies too. The bonuses that we're getting for our tourist missions, as long as a pilot is present, are because of pilot focus number 1. I figured since we were going to make the vast majority of our money for later expansion through tourism, that this was just a no-brainer. Anytime that a pilot is involved and we complete a Tourism Plus contract, we get an additional 50% to the reward for it. So doubling up well, getting an extra third, okay, it's 50%, so 100% plus a 50, so that's why I was thinking third. But getting that extra for every time that we do those missions that are otherwise fairly grindy anyway, just to make money, totally worth. Local science I should do. And it's only 50 grand, so if I am gonna wait on private industry, I think we're gonna take local science. It's gonna lower the overall science cost for research, and we get a 100% bonus to curve in science, which I'm, fingers crossed, hoping is also going to apply to the photographs that we're going to take from space, but I don't know for sure. And then the 150% bonus to KSC science, unfortunately, won't help out too much. I think we're going to take that. Can't be modified once activated. It's going to cost us $50,000 and no refunds. Sure. So our next upgrade to get an additional one is 563 grand. Holy shit. But I think that we chose wisely. And can this only be upgraded to 3 levels? Would that be my last strategy that I'm allowed to choose? If it is, then private industry for sure. And if not, then I think private industry next, and then media coverage, which unfortunately has a huge reputation hit when it comes to facility destruction, which is something that happens to me. I don't know, maybe contract standards. So contract standards take away the penalty for declining a contract. And contracts can offer us between negative 100% and positive 200% of the regular contract reward and penalty. So, bit of a gamble there. We may have contracts that we wouldn't actually benefit from taking, but since it also removes the reputation lost on contract decline, we could always just, you know, say no. So I don't know, maybe one of those. I don't think that I'll go for massive launches. I just don't see the payout. I mean, it does pay for itself in one large vessel launch, I guess. But paying for itself, it doesn't seem to be anywhere near as powerful as paying 75% less for every launch that we do. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. After private industry, I'm a little torn between these two. And then we also have public spectating, which just overall increases a little bit of everything. Additional funds, bonus to contract advances. Less funds for launch costs. So I don't know if that would stack. If I were to take public spectating and private industry number 3, would I then pay 85% less per launch? Because that would be cool. But I also don't know how many strategies I can get total here. This is my first time messing with this. You made a lifter that's extremely loud and only has a speed of like 1/10 of a meter a second? Oh no. Does it get the job done? Can you get that damn thing up there? I think I'm gonna wait. I think I'm gonna wait on private industry, because now it's gonna cost us, what, $1.25 million altogether, since I have to get a facility upgrade as well. And I think we're gonna go for this guy. That'll leave us more than enough money for additional tourist launches, which will make us a lot of money. And it'll lift that cap. So we're going to take the R&D up to level 3. Oh, and you know, I hadn't thought about that. So we have a science car that we've gone around to most of the facilities with and got all the KSC science. But now that this is level 3, I think we can go to the individual buildings here. Or maybe it's like I think that all counts as one building. And I think this counts as a building, this one. I think we have 3 or 4 different things in here that we can get science off of. And we'll get 150% of our science for it, so... That might totally be worth it. Normally that's 80 science or more for every different, every new biome that we find around the KSC. And I'm looking at what we want to target next. And most important to me is going to be experiments. So this is, I guess we do have the high resolution altimetry sensor. And the albedo of neutrons. So that's 2 if we go into advanced science tech. A lot of this looks like ISRU stuff. And I haven't even fucked around with the new surface experiment pack. Well, okay, so it used to be a mod called Surface Experiment Pack, and then Squad just kind of added it. Deep Space Telescope. So definitely this one, Advanced Science Tech. We're going to need 539 science to even get into it. Specialized gives us a surface analyzer, which is totally worth going for. Science Micro, also totally worth going for. And the Microgrew Containment Pod. They're essentially like 2... I think both of these... Yeah, max samples is 2. So, instead of 4 Science Juniors, we only need 2 of this particular one. The downside to it is they're fucking outrageously expensive. It's $30,000. Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm missing a prereq. So, unmanned tech. We also need that one. And I don't actually see anything that I'm like hopping all over in here. New probe core. Station service module might be worth having. Oh, hey, there we go. So, the Caribou radial probe is, earlier on today, we were talking about how my probe core is all fucked when I try to go and dock, and if I control from the docking port itself, it's a little bit wonky. This is the probe that I think I need, where you surface attach it, and then I can move it subsurface, and then if I control from this probe, I'm pretty sure that my nav ball is in an orientation that actually makes sense, because I don't want our vehicle to be so hard to like maneuver when I control it from the docking port, and I'm hoping that I can get around that with the Caribou probe. But yeah, we're gonna have 539 for that and 294 for this. So we need to get about 800 science just to get these 2 nodes. Oh shit, I was looking at the wrong one. So it's actually field science that I need. Field science is totally worth it though. We get another core drill, which can hold surface samples. We get the been there, done that scanner. Another set of wheels and external seat. We get the chem cam. Packrat data camera, which I've never actually messed with, but apparently it takes photographs. Oh god, you're right. We have to go all the way through. If I want to get advanced science, we have to go all the way through advanced landing, field science, and advanced science tech. Shit. So we need like 900 science. And the rest of it, for the most part, is little rover parts. What the hell added rotors? Oh, is that part of the expansion? Yeah, that is a lot to go through 3 nodes. So is there anything that we would prefer to grab more than that? I don't think so. Short-term habitation would be a consideration when it comes to our orbital science lab. But I can't remember if I put orbital science in. So I don't know if I'll have a dedicated station for that. All I see is OPT and OPT reconfig. I don't think that I have station science installed. Station science is a really cool mod that adds all kinds of different repeatable experiments for your station that happen over time. KSP. I think it's called Station Science. Yeah. It's called Station Science Continued. So it adds cyclotrons, it adds... I can't remember what the fuck that one's called. Adds its own lab. Wait a minute. So I was looking for the wrong thing. Maybe I do have it. Because I could have swore that I saw a cyclotron. Maybe it borrows a part from something else? No, I do have it. Okay, cool. So with those, I kind of want that to be a separate station. I don't want this particular station to be connected to our other station. I still want to get a contract so that somebody will pay me to put that bitch up there. But I don't want that to be part of a hotel. That'll be strictly for crew and not for tourists. Yeah, okay, if I had just gone a little bit further, I would have seen the eccentric corks, which is one of the experiments that mod adds. That mod adds, not just one mod. The hell is a power core tidal force? The VS series is an engine in every right, just not meant for propulsion. Trade seekers from deep behind how this majestic fuel cell operates. But if its codename is any indication, its workings may resemble the innards of a celestial body. Okay. Interesting. So it's a power cell. So it generates power using... Oh, it's a converter. We can throw ore and provide it with electric charge to produce Aerozine and NTO. We can produce liquid hydrogen. We can convert liquid fuel and oxidizer, just like a fuel cell, into electric charge. It can split ore and electric charge up into liquid hydrogen and oxidizer as well. Very cool. Very powerful. So with a drill and something like this, on the vast majority of planets, we'll be able to come up with ore, and this could potentially refuel a liquid hydrogen nuclear vehicle, and even a liquid hydrogen and oxidizer atmospheric vehicle. It's the Imperium. What else do we got going on in here? No prereqs for that one, so that one's just 539. Fuel cell array, bunch of different generators. We do get the the USIS, the undersized, I think they call it a SIGINT, a signals intelligence satellite. So the only problem with this part, I believe that you can only use it in 2 different biomes, because I think it's got a north and a south hemisphere, but I don't think that it counts anything as a biome. So, like, that doesn't really add to the attractiveness of the node, in my opinion, right now. Ooh. A Mark III crew saddle tank. We could make some cool shit with that. You always have to look after MechJeb because it doesn't work correctly. The only time that I've ever tried to use MechJeb outside of the maneuver planner, it tore my entire vessel apart. I just don't know how to use MechJeb. It's one of those mods that's very powerful that I really do want to learn how to use sometime, and I never fucking get around to. We have so many things in here that I've never seen before, because I don't play with This is my first playthrough using SSTU. We have a lot of things that I'm very familiar with from KW Rocketry, but there's some really neat stuff that I've never seen before in here. So I think it's going to be the heavy lifters, would be our third concern, as far as this line of the tech tree goes. I think my priority list is Advanced Science Tech with all of its prereqs first. Specialized Science Tech, probably. No, I'm going to knock that one off of the list. Short-term habitation, because that'll be the first point where we actually get like adequate farms, where we can hydroponic farms that we can put up in space and feed our scientists long term. And we get two different kinds, but I'm not sure if the hydroponic garden biosphere is actually balanced. I'm gonna have to look into it. The hydroponics module should be totally balanced, and we can control that through oh, and same with the nomadic 2500 or 25,000 and 25,000i. Those are pretty neat too. And then we get the inline recycler. So this one is pretty important. Ooh. These are HAB modules from SSTU that I've never seen before. And then we also get the Coriolis. And I thought that there were always two. But I'm not seeing any other inflatable HAB. So we get the Coriolis inflatable centrifuge module, which is a decent size, like fully deployed. You can fit 8 people in it. It's pretty good size for like a small science station. Keeping everybody happy. Too much DV in the lifter? Well, if you gotta have a problem, that's a problem to have. Spaceport, bigger engines, yeah. So science stuff first, that's 1 and 2. Then very heavy rocketry, and then short-term habitation. Or maybe science stuff, then short-term habitation, then heavier, very heavy rocketry. We finally get the Wolfhound. Yes. That's such a good fucking engine. We also get the Mammoth from KW Rocketry. Wait, is the Mammoth KW or is that stock? I can't even remember now. That's how long I've been using KW Rocketry. I can't tell the difference. Okay, so the Mammoth is not KW Rocketry, it's the Griffin. The Griffin 20 that is even more powerful than the Mammoth. That one is from KW Rocketry. Then we get the Titan T1. Do we get the Titan 5 too? Or just the Griffins? Merlin, Kingfisher. So is the Titan 5 even further? Griffin Century? It is. The Griffin 5, the Titan 5 is at experimental rocketry, which is by itself 1,000 freaking points. Oh, I have seen it. That station, that habitat module. Oh. Then what do we got? Atomic rocket engines. Nuclear ones. So this is mostly stuff from Kerbal Atomics, I'm assuming. And this one... Uh-oh. I may have to unlock that and see what those are from. I'm pretty sure that those are from Nerte's mod, but Yeah, they must be. Okay, we're good. We're good. So I've stolen a couple of parts from Interstellar, but I didn't intend to steal any of the nuclear stuff. I pretty much just intended to steal these radiators. I do have Interstellar Extended installed, but I've taken out pretty much all of the parts except for the radiators to clear up some incompatibilities with other mods. Alright, well, we need a fuck pile of science. So, we have $468,000. I'm going to want to make a save to remember that, because there's a little part of... Actually, let me name it properly. Money 1. This is how much money we had at this point. There's a little part of research bodies where as we level these up, so right now for Moho we're at 40%. When that kicks up to the next one, for some reason it's going to steal our fucking money, and I don't understand that. I don't like it. So to get around it, I'm going to give us that money back as long as I've made a save before I did it, and I made a save directly afterward. If I forget any of those things, then I just eat it. If I have to, I'll even revert to before I took the photographs, because I don't want to give us any artificial advantage. But I feel that we built the goddamn telescopes. We paid to get the goddamn telescopes up into orbit. We're paying the people that work at the observatory. We have to pay for that thing to be upgraded. Fuck them. They're not getting a flat sum when I use the equipment that we're paying for. No. So yeah, that's my only problem with it. Now, which one do we want to use? Okay, let's start at the beginning. Let's go with the instrument one, which I think is still named Proto, because I'm a lazy slacker. And we've left all those tourists up at that hotel, because some of those tourists are going to pay us for a low orbit, which is fine. I think we're still low enough that their timer's going, and if not, then we'll circularize into a low orbit, and then we'll get them to pay us. The other guys paid us one way. They paid us to get them to the hotel. They didn't pay us dick all to bring them home. So we're waiting for that contract to be generated. Then we'll take them home. Oh, that piece there? Is that the hab? The big one there? You know, I totally assumed that it was Stalker-like Station Parts Expansion, and that was the... It's called a blimp? What the fuck is that called? The one's called the dirigible. Can't remember what the other one's called. There's a very similar piece in Stalker-like Station Parts Expansion, though. I think it is called the blimp. So this little shit, if you guys have never used this mod, we'll just give you a quick walkthrough. When we first started up the game, we didn't know where any of the other planets and moons were. And at this point, we only know where some of them are. We don't have a powerful enough piece of equipment to get a ping on any of the rest. This is a mod called Research Bodies. It goes and hides all of these things, and then you use instruments or the observatory itself to gain more information about them. And that's the entire purpose of this little shit. You don't actually look through this telescope. You just use it to kind of try to get pings on things to get additional research on. So we're going to try to get a hit on anything that we can, and I want this to orbit along the 90-degree line. Since, for the most part, everything in our solar system is flat on a kind of a disk, this should be about the same plane as the disk. Ooh, ooh. I'm deviating. I am a deviant. So I'm just letting it spin around. I'm trying not to scan when it's pointed directly at the planet, so right about in here, because of our altitude, our view would be blocked. So I'm trying not to be too cheaty with it. I don't actually expect for us to get anything. This is the third time that we scanned for stuff, and we're only on day 10 of the playthrough. We're very, very early on in the playthrough, so the planet is, you know, still pretty much in the exact same spot that it was. Barely moved at all from the first time that we used this. Whoops. But we might get lucky, and I think it's totally worth a try. And dick all. Okay, so no additional hits, that's fine. We have two different kinds of telescopes. One of them we haven't tried yet, so we won't be able to take a picture of absolutely everything because it's a very sensitive piece of equipment. We can't point it toward the sun. And that was that Hubble that we switched over to earlier. Now I'm hoping that it lines up pretty good, and I'm also totally hoping that I don't fuck this up. Because if I point this thing at the sun, it's all over. Last time I tried to use this, the very first thing that I did was open the aperture, accidentally select the wrong target, and point it directly at the sun. So I'm hoping that this time will go a little bit better for me. Although it was pretty fucking funny when I accidentally did that. Okay, hold on. So it's about noon-ish right now. Well, we're more toward the morning side than noonish. So I'm just trying to orient my view so that I know where the damn sun is. So this would be kind of inward, you know, toward the sun. I don't want that one. I also don't want the mun because the goddamn planet's in the way. No. The mun might be okay. I really hope that I'm not going to burn through too much monopropellant. We do need to send either engineers or a drone up to refuel this thing. It's got a lot, though. Just hope that I'm not using too much for these little maneuvers. We can see the moon over there. Trying to figure out where the hinge for my aperture is. Okay. Let's hope that this doesn't mess anything up. So we did get a photograph of it, and we can get 64 science if we transmit it home. Oh, wait. Yeah, I think I'll send that one. Let's go ahead and close the aperture for safety. It says the Mun is a large satellite orbiting Kerbin. It's mostly gray in appearance, with craters of various sizes dotting its otherwise smooth surface. What I don't see here, it just says that it's a cacti visual planetary observation of the Mun. So I don't believe that deploying one of these into a different biome, like say taking a photograph from a solar orbit or taking a photograph from an orbit of one of the moons, will provide us with any additional science. Now, the reason that I hesitate and that I'm going to keep that experiment rather than transmitting it home is because I might be able to get a contract that'll get me some money for doing that too. So I'm going to go back, right up back to that thing. Previously, when I was looking at contracts, I was totally focused on tourism. Didn't even think to pay attention and see if we would be able to grab any science stuff. Honestly, didn't expect for that bonus to add up to so fucking much. I didn't expect for us to get paid that well for that tourist mission. Aha! Orbital survey of Eve, long-term orbital recon survey of Kerbin. Why did I not accept that already? Shit. I already have the satellite up there too. Nope, I don't see anything for a photograph. So these are contracts that are being offered that are associated with that mod. I think these are all 3 research bodies contracts, but unfortunately these are investments that take a hell of a long time. They're not contracts that will actually pay us, we pay them. 75,000, oh wait, what does this one do? Oh no, yeah, same deal. This one uses one of our telescopes to autonomously try to discover a new orbital body. Search the skies uses the ground observatory, I believe. And yeah, this one uses the ground observatory too. This one's a long-term scan, and this one is a 1 year. So I guess these are both actually extremely similar. This one requires a telescope, and honestly, I've done these several times, and I've never actually got this one to finish. All it says is that we have to have a telescope capable of finding bodies at the correct altitude, which is any altitude above 200 kilometers. And I've done that before, and I don't know why, but that one never worked. However, sometimes we'll get contracts in here that, ooh, this is the contract we were waiting, nope, wait, that one. Bring 22 tourists home from the space hotel. All those people that we just brought up there now have to pay us an additional $334,000 to come home. Fuck you, I am fully upgraded. No. It's telling me that I can't accept that contract. So the reason that I'm doing this, we right-click Mission Control. It's fully upgraded. It says Max Active Contracts Unlimited. I don't know why there's still a limit on it, but I do know how to get rid of it. In the difficulty options, somewhere in here, Max Contracts is one of our options that we can fiddle with. Is a contract configurator? That's what fucking does it. Contract configurator. Eat it. We're still going to have a limit, but it's a high enough limit that I don't think it's going to matter. So we're going to take the Bring the 22 Tourists Home contract. Now our max is 47 for trivial contracts, 37 for significant, and 27 for exceptional, which should be high enough that that should not conflict with any future mission. So I'd never do that until I fully upgraded the damn thing, but yeah, once I paid to upgrade it all, fuck them. Oh no! I could have got 60,000 plus 50, so 90 grand if I just brought one more person. Totally fucking forgot that we had a contract that one person wanted to go up to the hotel. We do have an additional one for 24. So I'm going to go ahead and take that too. But on subsequent missions, we only need one pilot. kind of a special case scenario where we needed 2 for that first mission. So even though I've taken the contract, we won't be bringing that guy up now. And if that's 24 and we have a 25 capacity -1 because of the pilot, then it doesn't really matter if I take any of these other tourist contracts. Unless they're, you know, different than that one. Like low orbit would be fine. We could do that with a different vessel. I don't see anything that we need though. An orbital survey view of my ass. That won't be happening for a while. Put a new satellite in orbit. I think that's just going to lead to clutter, honestly, so I think we're good. I just wanted to make absolute sure that we weren't overlooking anything, and then thankfully we also accidentally ran into that contract to bring those guys home. So we will take it. Actually, I want to stop over there real quick. At the hotel. Before I go back over to the Cacti Telescope. Oh god, I've lost the hotel. It's right there. Because we were talking earlier about how I combined multiple missions into the same launch, which is why I went out of my way to build such a huge launcher. I had no guarantee that they were ever going to offer me enough curveballs that wanted to go up to the hotel. And so I want to fill those empty seats. I want the maximum, you know, payoff per launch. Except for that last 90 grand. Apparently I wasn't interested in that. I just want to check my contracts. I guess I didn't actually really need to switch over to these guys. But I want to check my contracts and start an alarm now. So we already got paid off for bringing these guys up to the hotel. But we had other guys that paid us just to get up into an orbit. Okay, and the main thing that I wanted to check is their timer actually going down. And it does look like it is going down. They have 45 more minutes that they want to be up at the, up in a low orbit or any kind of an orbit before they'll pay us. So I want to add a raw time alarm. That's just a greater number of minutes than that timer. And we can disregard that alarm. We wouldn't want to delete it. We can disregard that. But we do want to make sure that we bring these guys home. They have... Holy shit, that's a nice hotel, apparently. They have 8 years before they're going to get homesick? They didn't bring any food, so that'll be a problem. I did not expect the habitat and the home sickness timers to be so fucking good. That's awesome. I like that. And that's at half capacity. That's 24 people. The hotel's designed to hold like 50 or something at a time. It is definitely a space shuttle with no wings. It does have some rudders. Yeah, it was a pain in the ass too. Don't recommend. We don't actually need to go anywhere. We can go out to the map. We're gonna go back over to our telescope. Not the fungi, the cacti. We're on the hunt for science. We just took a photograph of the moon. I'm going to go ahead and transmit that back. That's 60 science, and we had 40, so we're up to 100. Our target is about 1,000. So I'm hoping that we have enough things that are facing away from the sun or that are a great enough angle that we can take a photograph of them when we're in the dark side of our orbit. So I think I want... Oh, shit. Where the fuck does this store my photo? I expected to be able to right-click on it and review my old photos. Well, screw it. Still pointing at it. Just open it up and take another one. Gonna take some moon glamour shots here. I want to transmit that one. Now we gotta figure out what else we're gonna take a photo of. So I want to orient the camera so that I know that the sun's down this way or opposite way. I don't want to take a photo of Minmus quite yet. I think I'm going to save that one for last. We'll try a photo of Minmus. I'm fairly certain that when I try to take a photograph of Eve, we're going to destroy our lens in this thing. And there's no way in hell I'm going to be able to take a photograph of these two. Even that one, all of these are going to be a bitch, aren't they? Well, we do have two of them out here. Hopefully we have a strong enough lens to be able to take a photograph of those two. Eek! No. GD thing. I have my SAS set to lock onto a target. So it's like, okay, I'll use up all your monoprop. It's no problem. I can do that. I want to make sure that I get it fairly close before I have SAS lock us on. Alright, and obviously we have an issue here, so let's time warp a little bit. Land the shuttle without wings? Sure. Landing a shuttle with wings? Probably not. I'm not very likely to make a shuttle that has wings. They're a fucking pain in the ass, that's why. Mostly just laziness, though. They're pretty fun to build. Kind of a nightmare to land, but I'm just too fucking lazy for that shit. Ideally, what we would want is for that shuttle, for us to just do our deorbit burn, and then just switch off of that shuttle and let stage recovery grab the rest of it. I think that's far enough. And we get a look at Edna. Oh, fucking barely. We gotta let this stabilize. I'm just gonna go and shut the aperture for safety. But it's fun and I'll be proud? No, no, no. I don't know if it's actually going to be able to properly align with that. What the fuck am I using for a reaction wheel on here? Isley, does the oh god, what is it called? The SST probe core have a built-in reaction wheel? Because I've got one right here. I didn't see it disable. I don't think it does. I don't think it does. I was gonna disable it if it did. Shit. So I literally have just these two little weakling ones, and it's still a little bit too much. But it looks stable now, it's just kind of a matter of time. Oh, there we go. Yeah, hold still for daddy. Now, is that a good enough picture to get any science from it, though? Drum roll. It is! Holy shit, okay. 192 additional science. Cacti visual planetary observation of Edna. Have Bill clean the telescope again, there's nothing there. Huh? We just saw it. We're gonna transmit that back home. Now, oh, look at that. We discovered Edna's orbit. Excellent. So I don't want to zoom in too far. I don't want to see whether there's additional moons that I haven't discovered yet, but I do want to zoom in far enough so that I can set a target using the unknown object marker. There may be more moons there that we are not aware of yet, but we're fucking not aware of them. I'm going to try to take a photograph of its moon. I would actually be very surprised if this were powerful enough to do that. So that's another thing that we should look for, is more powerful lenses. This does have modular lenses. Earlier I was talking about if I point this toward the sun, we will destroy it. It's not that the whole thing blows up. Just this lens that we have up here. And this is a wide field camera version 2. So I want to take a look and... Oh, God damn it, I messed up my view. I want to take a look and see if we can get an upgrade for that. Let's go ahead and close that again. Oh, Mr. Dak. Or Mrs. Dak. Planet... No, Moon Dak. Satellite Dak. Can we get a photo of you? Shit. Nope. Can't zoom in far enough. Okay, fuck it. So, I really don't have any faith whatsoever in our ability to take a photograph of this guy, but, give it a shot. Welcome back, Dave. We're taking photos. Or we're hoping to. Fuck no. I don't see shit. Whoa. Oh. Oh. Man, that's a big planet. And just zooming in and out, I can see other moons for sure. And we did expect for this to have many a moon. I guess I could just take a wonky-ass wobbly photo. Nah, I think I'll let it stabilize. Well, you're doing great. I wonder how much it would matter if I deactivated one and not the other. $224 additional science for that one. And it's the same flavor text, which kind of sucks, but... Oh shit. Well, disabled the one. Now we're veering off course. Oh crap, it disabled them both in pair. Well, that's fucking fancy, isn't it? So 50%? 10? Yeah, let's do 10. Same deal with this one. Unfortunately, apparently I wasn't able to get a photograph with our other telescope of this, though, because we didn't actually advance or discover enough about it to get an orbit. That sucks. We could just spam photographs, like, kind of a spoiler alert there. Like, there is a way to cheese that, but I'm trying not to. So these are the 4 moons that we've discovered already. I'm just gonna go from one side to the other and we'll see if we can get any photographs of them. I'm amazed that we're actually able to get a high enough amplification to get a photo of a gas giant way the fuck out there. It is huge. Well, maybe someday. You gonna settle down? Oh, for fuck's sake. What if I lower it later? Like, it's overcorrecting less and less and less. But then, just so that it holds the camera steady, maybe decrease this after it's fairly on there. I think I'm just gonna take the photo in movement. Oh my god! 288 science for that one. You can barely see it. The hell? Zardkey. Thank you for the follow, man. Welcome. Well, shit, I'm not gonna complain. I mean, we'll fucking take it. That's what we came here for, right? Science. Whoop, don't want to zoom in. I want to be in just far enough to be able to see unknown objects. That's it. So that was that one. Let's try... God damn it. That one. I went to click on it and it fucking disappeared on me. Cheeky little shit. Now we're looking at Krell. Oh, so if these names don't seem familiar to you, this is a reworked solar system that we're operating in. So we have additional moons and planets that you wouldn't normally find. Even though we still have Kerbin, the sun is still named Kerbal. We do have the Mun, we do have Minmus. They are dramatically changed. Well, that gets on target. I guess I could show you real quick. Because I was completely sold the first time that I saw Minmus here. So this is a mod by Galileo, well, Team Galileo. There's quite a few people that have a hand in this. And they've gone and redone the whole freaking solar system. And it's all at 2.7 scale, too. BLXR001. Thank you for the follow. Richards! Suddenly I can't fly a jet plane? Well, I can, but... So if I design a shuttle, I have to deorbit that fucking shuttle every time we use it. And I think we all know how much I dislike the grind of making money in this. Like, I hate it when I'm like, okay, well, I need this. I can't progress until I get it. So now I'm going to do 10 of the same goddamn mission, bringing people up into low orbit or bringing people on flybys past the moon. So that's why I prefer to run multiple contracts at the same time, and I even change contract configurator and how many contracts they're gonna offer us. Right, yeah, and it's not that I can't land. Like, I can land, well, probably fail a couple of times, but eventually I'd be able to land again. It's that I can't use stage recovery to deorbit a plane. But I can use stage recovery to deorbit a shuttle that doesn't have wings and that sits down with parachutes. You know what I mean? So it's still just a matter of laziness, but it's to cut a little bit of the grind out of it. I do it for you. And for me. Where the hell were we? It's gotta be this one. We gotta take a photograph of that moon. But I did want to get this view back up. Hey, how's it going, Gorm? Gorm put up with me while we played some TFT and League of Legends the other day. Poor guy, I'm sure he felt like a babysitter. So, yeah, Krell is not happening. Let's try this one. But it might be behind the gas giant. That's another way to do it, but in order to avoid a situation where I feel like we've given ourselves an artificial advantage, what I do is extend the total number of contracts, and then instead of doing one mission that pays out 10 times more with the same 2-man vessel, I take 5 2 to 4 man contracts, and then it requires for us to build a vessel that can hold like 30 people at a time. You know what I mean? But yeah, I totally understand. Nice, another 288 for Aiden. Way to go, Aiden. Let me send that on home. Our target was 1,000, and I think we're there, man. And then I want the last one. What the hell? Why is that open? Oh, right, because I was fucking around with the reaction wheels. Man, I have the memory of a gnat. Sometimes. You did 5 of the 2 to 4 passenger contracts and crashed on the return trajectory? Oh no. Oh no. Landing automation for the win? Is that a thing? Or are you talking about what I'm talking about with the using parachutes so that I can use stage recovery? Open. And then, yet again, with this stage recovery thing, so that I don't feel that I've given myself any real artificial advantage. That's why I do so much testing and everything for the builds that we use before I even put a person on it. Because I don't want to cheat myself out of playing Kerbal Space Program. But there are certain aspects of it that I do like to kind of fiddle with. Alright, so as far as we are aware, that was everything out here. We knew about 4 moons. There may be more. That's why I don't want to zoom in too much. I don't want to give it away. I didn't see any others when we were looking through the lens, although, you know, I didn't really like zoom out and pay too much attention. So there might be another moon or 2 hiding out there, but I definitely only saw 4 in the brief glances that we did get of the other moons. And we could get more science out of taking more photographs of these, but if we take more photographs, then later on if we get a contract to take a photograph of a specific planet, we have to actually come up here, dock with this, and bring it back physically. And it's a little bit of a pain in the ass, so I don't want this to be, you know, too overpowered, because it does actually amount to a lot of additional science. So our next one is going to be a freaking bitch. Because we can't point at the sun, and this thing is really sensitive, and I'm kind of worried about even being able to take a photograph of that. The only 2 things that we knew about were the 2 that we just took photographs of directly away from, well, not directly, but, you know, outward from the, from us relative to the sun. That one we're going to do dead last. These 2 are not an option. There's no way. I can think of one way that maybe I'll be able to do it. It's the same way that we're going to take a photograph of Eve. It's actually the same way that we're going to take a photograph of every single one of these. So this is going to be our next target, whatever the fuck that is. You know, I just realized we haven't found Duna. Oh wait, that's Duna right there. Never mind. Duna is the one that we won't be able to take a photograph of. I think the reaction wheels are fine. I want to wait before I do anything. Now, it'll be fine. The aperture's closed, right? Let's go find our target. Oh my god, I still have something in my eye. There's something that's been just bugging the shit out of me in my left eye all morning. Okay, you start to align with that. And what we're going to have to do is wait until the planet will block, not our line of sight, but will block our line of sight with the sun. Hopefully, we don't fuck it up. Because I'm almost positive that that's just still too close. That would destroy our lens if we were to open this aperture right now. Pretty sure. Yeah, I love stage recovery for so many things. I didn't even know for the longest time that it was able to recover a vessel with people on it. I just, for some reason, assumed it wouldn't work. And once I found that out, oh baby, I went back and redesigned like all of my transports so that I could use stage recovery. So as soon as we lose line of sight here, that's our time to act. Because then we need to get set up for our next photographs on the other side of the planet. Oh, here we go. So our space hotel that timer should be up, and those guys should be ready to come home. So I don't want to jump to the ship, I don't want to delete on close, but I do want to close the alarm, and that'll leave a little button there that hopefully will remind me someday that there's a whole bunch of people up there. We'll just close that and continue, though. I'm also going to make a quick save in case there's any type of extra solar fuckery going on here. Alright, so sun is gone, right? No sun. This is why I'm making a quick save. Because I've had an issue with solar panels before where they wouldn't, you know, they were obviously exposed to the sun, but they thought they were being blocked by a planet that wasn't in between them and the sun. Sun is gone. So if I opened this aperture and we were to destroy our lens, I would totally reloaded that shit. But it looks like we're going to be okay. Grab a photograph of Dres, close the damn aperture for safety. We only get 96 science, and we do actually have some flavor text here. Dres is a very small planet. It was the first planet considered to be a dwarf. Its orbit is highly irregular, and together with its size, it took a long time to discover, since half of the time it was not where scientists expected to find a planet. Due to its nature of frequenting the bad parts of space, this dwarf planet was officially labeled as not to be trusted by the scientific community. Okay. So watch out for sketchy-ass Dres there. Apparently. Yes, yeah, we use remote tech, and we're also using mandatory RCS. Which is another reason why these are kind of a nightmare. Okay, so once again, over here, Dres, I do want to focus my view so that I can select a new target. There's another way that I can do that, but it actually shows me a list of, like, every fucking thing, so I'm avoiding that list. And I don't know if Dres has a moon, but I've zoomed in, I didn't see another unknown object marker, so now I just want a GTFO. We got our photo, we good. Okay, so our next target is going to be this guy. Or gal. Or planet. This planet. That's why I'm being so conservative with our monopropellant use too. Because these are literally dead in the water if I run out of monoprop. If I'm already in motion, there is a little bit that a gyroscope can do. But if I come to rest and have no SAS, we are fucked. And I don't want to get fucked. And then, kind of the same deal with this one. I'm going to wait until the planet's out of the way, but this one is a little bit more time critical. Because if I wait too long... Oh god, why are you so misaligned? Oh, because I'm not telling it to hold target. Jesus. You did one job, streamer. One fucking job. How to get the orbit trajectories to show after taking the photographs? It's part of research bodies. It doesn't make any sense. Don't try to make any sense of it. Like, there's no reason that we would have a space program before we had astronomy. It's just fun. I'm just waiting for Kirby to get his fat ass out of the way. Move your butt, Kerbin. Now, if I take too long doing this, and we come around too far and we expose this lens to the sun, explosions. We're gonna fry that little bitch and have to send over a replacement. Whoa, okay. Apparently Joule's kinda big. Toggle the aperture. 112 signs. Joule is particularly known for being a rather large, predominantly green planet. Kerbelkind has longed to visit it since it was first spotted in the sky. Philosophers reason that the swirling green planet must be a really nice place to visit. On account of its wholesome coloration, if you look at Jewel through a telescope, it is fuzzy. Okay. And I'm assuming that this has a lot of moons. Timing is going to be very key here. I don't know if it's got a lot that we've discovered. It looks like 5. So we'll go with the closest one to the parent body. Oh, it's Lathe. Awesome. Yeah, it was a little thick. Lathe looks fucking weird. When Lathe was first discovered, it was not entered into the records because the scientist in charge thought he was looking at Kerbin. Fire that, man. If you're looking through a telescope and you think that you're looking at the planet that you're standing on, you should not be a scientist. Luckily, this error was corrected when a plucky intern informed him that telescopes don't work that way. The intern was shortly afterward promoted and moved to the experimental rocket testing program. Oh, nice. So it was, what, Bob? Maybe it was Bob. We got 144 for Lathe. Oh, you have one of, a screenshot of one of your... Oh, nice. Is that from Jewel? No, I can see Kerbin right here. I'm a fucking idiot. Oh, okay, you're taking a photograph of a Lathe Rising. I just did the same thing that scientist did, didn't I? It's a good thing I'm pretty. Zane YYX, thank you so much for the sub, man. Good morning. We're gonna grab a quick photo of Val, and then I have to get an idea of how far we are from exposure to the sun. I think we're doing okay, but I'm starting to get nervous. I think we're somewhere around midnight time. Hype! Thank you, Zane. Val was one of the last moons of Jewel to be discovered. Frustrated scientists kept trying to wipe it off the lenses of their telescopes. Eventually, after a rash of returned telescopes, Advanced Optics Company finally decided to just tell them it was an actual object in the sky. You gotta kind of wonder where we're hiring these guys from. Breadlines? Like, is this some sort of employment center? Having a deal or something? We're like, hey, you want to be a scientist? We pick them up at the Home Depot parking lot. I think we'll be fine for Tylo. I don't know, for this one. I'm getting a little nervous, sir. Take the fucking picture and close it. Tylo was the first moon of Jewel to be discovered by the Kerbal Astronomical Society. After many failed attempts to take a flawless picture of Jewel to hang on the office walls, it was finally discovered that the wandering white smear was indeed a moon. Scientists speculate that the view from the surface, with Lathe, Val, and Jewel overhead, must be quite something. So the surface of Tylo, looking at those, I bet. We're gonna have to take a photo like that, remind me later. Transmit the data. And we apparently took enough photographs of Val to figure out its orbit. Go ahead and transition over to this one, and this will be the final one. Which is honestly probably the one that I should have taken a photo of first, and then kind of worked my way out, but I would have had to wait longer, so... Oh god, just fucking calm down. Is Tylo the one with all the jagged peaks and everything? Like the really jagged rocks? There was a real fucking nightmare to land on too. Like a very, very thin atmosphere. I don't know. It's been a long time since I played a stock solar system, to be honest. And there was one of those little guys. It was just a fucking nightmare to set down on. Okay, so Paul is not going to happen. Is too widow. This will be our last one around Jewel. And then we go for even riskier endeavors. And we might have to come around 2 or 3 times to get these other ones that are like kind of a glancing shot from our exposure to the sun. Can we get Bop? Oh, nice, we did get Bop, so that's another 128 science. Bop is a small moon in the vicinity of Jewel. In Kerbal mythology, Bop is believed to be the home of the Kraken, a mischievous creature said to play with the ships of hapless explorers by spinning them out of control until torn asunder, then casting them into oblivion. What a dick. We don't like the Kraken, although if you've ever seen the Kraken, it's fucking adorable. So we're finally done there. Didn't get enough photographs to actually unlock anything, and that would make Eve our next target. Probably our final target. I think we're fucked when it comes... We're definitely fucked when it comes to Duna. Moho probably ain't gonna be a thing. Oh god, what happened? Oh, I ran out of power. Oh fuck. Is my aperture closed? Oh, thank goodness. Okay. We're good. We're good. It's fine. We're fine. When advanced time here. Man, that would have sucked. If I couldn't close that and we just had to watch it come around and destroy itself. Oh, look at that. We had tons of time left. It was all those transmissions, more than likely. I think in the meantime, while we wait for that to come around, let's go hop on a different telescope and do a visual inspection of the things that we have discovered. We've already taken 2 photographs of everything from these other telescopes. I do think that I want Space Telescope 2. What I want to look for is any additional moons or anything that we didn't know about. I don't really want to do anything, other than telescopic stuff until I figure out how much money that mod is gonna steal from us. And there's that fucking beep again, and I still have no idea what the hell it is. I don't get it. I don't know. It's not SSTU, because we were just on a telescope that doesn't have any probe core outside of SSTU. I have no idea. Well, fuck it. Open the camera. Looks like this camera, it's kind of in the middle of its night, too. This is a different kind of telescope, nowhere near as sensitive, and thankfully will not be damaged if we point it at the sun. Did we ever get a picture of the Mun and Minmus with this thing? I don't even remember. Holy shit. Could probably tone down all the monopropellant nozzles. Look how much clearer that is, too. I love it. Oh, you looking good, man. Hey, look at that. We didn't take any photos of these. At least I don't think so. Maybe we did, because I think this bar would have been full if I hadn't, right? I don't know. I'm gonna take 2 anyway, fuck it. Spin around real quick and grab a photo of Minmus. We only have 2 different planets that we know are outward from the sun. So we've got some time to kill here. Oh, and I have no idea what the hell we're up to right now as far as our science gain so far. Okay, so I'm not too worried about additional photographs of most of the rest of this. I'm fairly certain that we have taken photographs of the rest of this, but what I wanted to see is like Edna over here. Can we identify a moon? Maybe? Then I also want to reorient the vehicles. Son of a bitch, why did I put that many fucking nozzles on this thing? I'm just gonna take care of that now. That's a complete waste of monoprop. It's also a complete pain in the ass, but I want to be able to use this for quite some time without having to come up and refuel it. Do I have the capability? Oh, okay, yeah, we have a docking port on it, so thankfully we can refuel it. Double checking my work. I'm gonna waste even more if I forget one. Ah, shit. I had the front balanced. That's okay, fuck it. This thing won't be docking with anything. Wait, did I? Why were those two on different... Oh, right. It was to offset the two pains in the ass down there. This thing was actually a fucking nightmare. Worked in the end, though. We had to offset the engine on this one, too. It's not the worst, though. That first, what do you call it, satellite that we put up, that thing was a pain in the ass. And the wingless shuttle, that was a stupid idea. Hello. We have a much better view. And we've definitely taken a photo of Edna here. Oh, what was the text on that one? Oh, okay, yeah. Just default. So I want to pivot us around so that we're even with the 270 line there. I think I do see a moon. There's a moon. Did we take a photograph of a moon at Edna? Here, I can answer my own question, can't I? Do we have an unknown body out here? Oh, yeah, we do. Okay, so I tried to take a photo of it, but it was too tiny. So the cool thing about this one is instead of having to set my target for every single one, I can just pan over, take a look at it. Wow, okay. Yeah, now I get it. The thing is fucking tiny, isn't it? And we've already taken 2 photos of little Dak there, apparently. Okay, so I just want to take a look, though. I'm just panning a little bit out to the right and a little bit out to the left. This is a small rocky world, so any moons that it does have should be fairly low in altitude, should be fairly close to it. If they get too far away, they would just escape. And then I'm going to recenter this. So I'm going to close it and reopen it. And we'll move on. The next one is that gas giant, Leiden, something like that? I don't know. So the gas giant itself should be fairly easy for us to focus on. I probably didn't need to recenter that, but it is way out there. Yeah, just a little asteroid. Yeah, moon that's like really close to the side there. That might be a new one. I don't know. We did take a photograph of 4 different moons, so probably already knew about it, but those are the kind that, like, a couple of days ago when we took this photograph, that moon totally could have been hidden by that huge gas giant. Welcome back, LGG. Yep, this is little Krell. We already had a photo of it. Unfortunately, we need a little bit better of a lens, don't we? Just kind of looked all pixelated. I don't know, it looks a hell of a lot better than half of the photos that we have of other other planets. I can only think of one that I've actually seen, and it's like this little like speck taken with an instrument that's not even a camera. And they're like, look, it's a photograph of a planet. And I'm like, okay, how can you tell? I'm not expecting any of the moons to have binaries or moons of their own, but... Oh, wow. My goodness. I hope that everything went well and that her recovery is very short. Sorry to hear that your wife had to have surgery. And you're very excited about 1.73? Nice. What, off the top of your head, is kind of the highlight for it? Because I did upgrade to 1.7.1, but I haven't tried 2 or 3. I think I'm on 1.7.1. Yeah, 1.7.1. I literally had to go and check my dashboard, check my own fucking title to figure out what the what I was on. I hope you're on headphones and I'm not just cussing in a hospital. Awkward. My apologies. I wasn't raised right. It's no excuse, but that's why. Okay, I think those are the 4 that we already knew about. I was raised by Scottish Terriers, and they have filthy mouths. But I didn't see any additional moons. So I'm pan a little bit further out. Well, no, I was more like, fuck them. I was more thinking like, you know, what kind of looks are they giving poor LGG? Bug fixes, interactable parts with the same vessel. Oh, actually, there was one feature that I am looking forward to. Somebody told me that you'll be able to bind action groups into staging, and what was the other part of that? There was something else that you can do with action groups that sounded pretty neat. And I think it's all coming in that next one. Yeah, I don't see anything else out here. Just kidding about the fuck you. Follow me on Twitch TV/Denshu TV. No. Let's go ahead and pivot around to Jewel. Yeah, I like your shuttle. It looks really good. I was in the middle of watching a movie, so I was in mute mode. I didn't really catch what was going on with the wings moving all odd like that, but hopefully I'll catch your next stream. We'll get caught up. Your excuse for cussing as much as you do is your close association with a Scotsman. It's not my fault. Ah, very well placed shout, too. Sure you guys know him, but if you happen to not know Mr. Linux Guru Gamer, many of the mods that we work with are taken care of and maintained or made by him. Totally give that man a follow. He streams usually every Sunday and Monday. And you'll catch me in there as often as I can be. Okay, well, we can definitely see Lathe there, can't we? Let's go and reorient. The only reason that I reorient is so that I know that I just need to pan left and right. There's nothing, there's no trick to it or anything, it's just... I don't want to have to wonder what direction I need to look for additional stuffs. So that should be pretty well locked on. Let it stabilize. We're starting to see a little bit more Jewel, but we're only 10 days into the playthrough, so not a whole lot more of it than we could see before, unfortunately. But I am very excited to actually see it up close. I'm hoping that we can get a little glimpse of some storms. I thought it was Jewel where we saw the lightning storms, but I do not know. A shuttle in a shuttle. Yeah, we were talking about 4x4 Cheesecake and I were talking about the Japanese submarine aircraft carrier, because that's what it reminded me of, which is a pretty cool thing. We've never checked it out. Oh, we can see a little bit of the topography. See something there, almost like maybe a mountain. Just checking. I thought we had him. From an old movie? No, from World War II. I don't think they ever finished it, but it was basically like two submarines cut long ways and attached to one another with a tube on top that you could use as a hangar. It only held 3 bombers. I believe the bombers were only capable of holding 1 bomb apiece. Could have been more. I would imagine that the bombers themselves were also considered a bomb. Because there's no way of getting them back on that damn thing, so kind of a one-way mission. You had to surface, open up the hangar. It was all, the front of the sub was like a rail launcher, a version of a rail launcher. Oh, they did finish it, and they launched it one time. Really? I had no idea. I didn't think they got around to it. What a pain in the ass. So you know what it is. I don't need to explain it to you. Kind of a neat thing, though. When you told me about your plan for the shuttle inside of a shuttle, like, for some reason it reminded me of that. World War I had crazy subs too? I don't think I've ever seen a World War I sub. Then frickin' Cartel's got some crazy ass subs. I don't think I've ever seen a World War I sub before. The I-400 class submarine. Is that the same one? I thought that the hangar was further back. I need to go and find that movie again. It's like I watched an hour-long thing on YouTube about it. That's the only reason that I know about it. I was like, largest sub in the world? Okay, what do you got? There's a freaking submarine aircraft carrier. But yeah, I think we're good here. Not seeing any more moons. I'm panning out to the left now. Nope. Bummer. See if we can get a look at Eve. But I'm actually fairly satisfied. I mean, if we were going to miss any moons, and we still totally could have, there could still totally be moons that are blocked by the parent planet. But we haven't really seen anything new, so I think we did a fairly thorough job the first time. I think we need to revisit this when we're about, I don't know, a couple of weeks into the playthrough. For the next time, maybe? Just double checking that we've already got photos, though. And we can't see much about Eve either right now. Ah, you know what? I bet Eve was the one that had the storms. Not seeing any activity, though. I really can't wait to get out there. And I'm still lined up on the 90 line, so I'm just gonna pan out to the left and then back over out to the right, looking for a moon. And I got nothing, so could be blocked. Might not have moons. Pretty sure that it does. Ooh, I thought I saw some lightning. I hope it's not all fuzzy. Like, how's the video look? Does it look pretty good? Like, is it okay? The stars in the background and everything? They're extremely high resolution. I never really asked how it all looks. Oh, there we go. Saw a little lightning there. I think this is what I'm gonna do while I eat dinner tonight. Just stare at stare at a little part of this and see if I can check out any lightning. So I think I'm going to switch back over to our other telescope because we do still have at least 2 more targets that I would like to try and take a photograph of. But because of the position of that telescope, I figured it would be worth going back over to a different telescope real quick to see if we could identify any moons that we would maybe want to take a photo of with this one. And I don't see any. I have no idea what science we're up to right now. I would imagine that we did hit our 1,000 science mark, though, and that will give us an additional higher-powered telescope that we'll be able to use later on. Deep Space Telescope. I wonder if we ought to deorbit those guys, too. Yeah, to kill some time. Let's see where they are first. Where's that hotel at? Oh, man, perfect, yeah. And then we'll come back up to this guy. Not the fucking prototype. Still not the prototype. The hotel. Oh my god. Oh, what am I doing? Jump to ship. Jesus. I left it up here for a reason. I'm all dicking around trying to click on one piece of spaghetti amidst the rest of the plate. And I've got a freaking button over here where I can just jump directly to ship. On the smart one. It's fine. We're gonna see how this does. We have 2 crew and 23 passengers at the moment. And they did finally pay us to bring him back home. Let's just double check on our timer here. 4 tours to low Kerbin orbit. Okay, yep. So our timers have expired. We should be good to go. We have an awful lot of monoprop. It's kind of a pain in the ass, but I wonder if I shouldn't orient this to the north. Because I thought that it would be able to track prograde, but apparently it doesn't, and that's fine. Oh my god, what is happening back here? Let's switch over to another part of the crew that's not, like, clipping into shit and dying. Okay, these guys look relatively happy. Yeah, let's orient to normal. So the pain in the ass, the cool thing about this, if it were able to track prograde, is we're always going to approach it from the front or the back. Sometimes we might be a little bit above it, sometimes we might be a little bit below it. But we know that when we go and start our approach, that, you know, say we're approaching from behind, we need to aim for away from the planet, basically, on approach, and then we should be able to line right up with it. But since that doesn't seem to be an option, I'm just gonna have a point north. And then we know that if we point north, we should be pretty damn close to aligned with this thing's docking ports, right? Let's go ahead and also get it out of this little death spin. Actually, you're just going to be a pain in the ass, so I'll do it myself. And then one last fine-tuning thing. I want to control it from the actual docking port, just in case the nose of my transport is off a little bit. There we go. Okay, and now I want to revert control over to the cockpit here. And we'll go ahead and undock from the hotel. Not too bad, though. I do wish it were a little bit lighter. The reason why this is such a perfect time to perform this maneuver... Oh, shit. Actually, it's the opposite of a perfect time, isn't it? Because I don't want to re-enter from a 454 freaking kilometer altitude. That'd be a bad day. Let's go ahead and undock, though. It's too late now. Hello? Undock. Thank you. I want to sit down during the day, so my thought when I first switched over to this is, hey, you know, we can, if we go and do a retro burn like right now, then we'll definitely sit down during the day. But in retrospect, if we do our retro burn now, we're going to die. So probably not going to do that, but let's go ahead and move away from this guy. Thank you, station. Another upside to this, if it were able to hold prograde, is I never have to worry about disconnecting from it and having the station in my way of burning retrograde. So it's just one less thing to potentially have to correct later on. But oh well. A little bit nervous about the 310 meters a second. Can't really recall if that's adequate. So 176 to get back down to 85-ish. Plus 184 to circularize? Are we going to be a little bit light? Frick. Oh no. So we need 350? And we have 310. I think we might be okay. I really regret using any of that monopropellant to reorient that goddamn station now. We're gonna end up doing a rescue mission on our first tourism mission. That'd be my luck. Oh, wait, this way. Frick. Well, if I am gonna have to use monopropellant, I want to make sure that I use up all of our fuel first. Yeah, you're getting some kind of show. We'll go ahead and burn retro. Very genitally. I don't want to overshoot. I don't want to have to correct. I'm sure that I probably will fuck it up, but I would rather not. Bye, station. That was a lot of fun. Thank you. And all we're looking to do here is lower our periapsis to a low orbit. I would definitely like to not have to do an aero brake maneuver or anything like that. Okay, I could probably throttle up a little bit. That's gonna take fucking forever. I'm gonna try to kill it about 90. I want it a little bit higher than 85. We want another maneuver at PE to circularize, and we're going to fall short by about 50 meters a second. Shit. So, I don't think I have enough monopropellant. Frick. Alright, so what do you think we do? We can re-enter from a higher altitude. Or we can mostly circularize and send up fuel if we have to. Yeah, I think we go for it anyway, right? So SAS off, RCS on. Let's get pivoted around. We're gonna do everything that we can. Have Jeb get out and push? I think we could, couldn't we? I think that would actually count as our absolute first EVA, too. Oh, the irony. We'd probably close that shield. Now, we just burned retrograde, so we know that if we wanted to do it again, it's going to be in the opposite direction by the time we get around there. So I'm going to get us moving the right way, and then we'll just follow prograde. Wait, no, that's the dumbest idea that I've ever had. It's going to be the opposite direction. If I follow prograde, I'm going to be in the... I don't even know why I'm here. There, that's what we need. Okay. Little time warp. We're going to give it a go. Because I don't know how well this monoprop is going to do. But I don't think it's going to be good enough to get us 50 meters a second plus enough to actually re-enter. We're probably fucked. I'm here to kill tourists? I guess that's true. Apparently. Feels bad, man. I don't want to re-enter from this angle. I should have done that first burn from 450 kilometers, basically where we are now. And then we could have at least sat down during the day if I do have to continue through with the rest of the burn. Oh well. Frack it. So I definitely want to start early. I want this to be as efficient as possible though too, so maybe I don't. Maybe I do it when they told me to do it. To find snacks? Speaking of, I need to have Deb grab some more olives. I am all out. And I'm jonesing. Okay, we're fucked. We could try re-entry from 177 kilometers. Oh boy. Oh boy. What are we at? 400 monopropellant? 10 units of monopropellant lowered my AP by almost 10 kilometers. I have 400, so I can do 40 more? Totally roughly. 40 would leave us stranded in space. I need 20 units of monopropellant to deorbit, right? Let's use all but 50. I want to get us to the lowest altitude that I can on the opposite end of this orbit. And then when we're at the other end of the orbit, we burst retrograde for re-entry. Let me double check my math there in case it fucked up. So I'm at 371, we're at 150 kilometer AP. 361, we're at 145. It's half what I just said. 10 units of monopropellant will take me down by 5 kilometers. Roughly. $35 is 70. Oh, aren't we fine? We're fine. Won't monoprop do the rest of it then? I think we're okay. Finishing up TAC fuel balancer. Ooh, nice. I just added, I think I added TAC self-destruct just the other day. I think you're right. I think we are fine. Killing the Wi-Fi at the hospital. Nice. The stream keeps stopping. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I think I'm gonna actually have to do the rest of this with a maneuver node, though. Let's see. I guess... No, we're fairly smart. We can figure this out. By that I mean, tell me the answer, chat. So if I nose down, because right now I'm approaching AP. Wait a minute. Okay. I have to actually look. So I'm lowering AP, which I don't want to do at this point. I do want to lower AP, but not at this point. Why are you still here? Go away. Get out of here. What? Get. Okay. So I want to lower AP. I don't want to lower PE any further. So I want to point toward, yes, toward the planet a little bit to try and keep PE from lowering any more than it has to. Still going down. Actually need to point directly radial in, don't I? I'm gonna do everything that I can until we're down to 100 monopropellant left. You're pulling 5 megabits of bandwidth before the stream? Oh my god. Well, you're paying a pretty penny for it, I'm sure. Somebody is. Might as well get your money's worth, right? Oh shit. I don't want to re-enter from a higher orbit. That'd be bad. What is going on here? Okay, now we're back on track. Down to 170 monoprop. Oh, we're fine. No problem. I did kick PE down a little bit further than I had meant to. Where is PE right now? It's almost right where I wanted, didn't it? I think I time warp a little bit here, and then I continue. Oh, god damn it. Hold retrograde. Oh god, not with RCS. Just hold it. Fucking hold it. We didn't test this thing from re-entering from 100 kilometers. So guess what we're doing now? Because I also need to be able to use my monopropellant to hold my angle. So this is getting super sketch. I'm gonna go ahead and lower PE. 55, 60, somewhere in there. I might just settle for 60. Because we're down to 100 monopropellant. Oh god. It goes so fast. Okay, and I actually want to just pivot us around this way, I think. We's gonna die. I really hope we don't die. I'd lose 2 crew and 24 freaking tourists. Pretty sure that's the kind of shit that gets your space program shut down. Toss a coin to give it over to stage recovery? I can't. I haven't tested it for that. We usually do 2 different designs. I need to make sure that our design that we're going to use is sound first. And then I go back and redesign for stage recovery because, like, this is enough parachutes for us to fully and safely set down, but it's probably not enough for stage recovery. We're down to 90 and we haven't even started to re-enter yet. This is great. We're fine. What angle were we at? Ah, shit. I'm at 90 kilometers, so I need that. Okay. Just hold that. If I go to a 45 degree now, we're gonna come in like with our nose pointed straight up in the air. And I don't want to have to do any corrections. Alright, well, this is us heading for the upper atmo. We're still a little bit high. Now that we're in the upper atmosphere, maybe we're not really in that bad of a situation. It does look like our control surfaces, if I leave them laid down like this so that they can help out with pitch. Seemed like they helped us out a little bit with getting our nose to where we needed it, so hope for the best. Let's go ahead and activate our chutes. And let's also not mention this to any of the tourists until their check's clear, okay? Oh, I sure hope so. I wish those fellas the best of luck figuring out all these annoying little things that have come up. That's one mod that I haven't even taken a look at. I don't want to know. I do need to go and change the DLL for research bodies, though. Might do that tonight. Maybe. I don't know. It's looking like Deb might be home a little bit late. If she is, we'll probably just watch a couple of things on YouTube, go to bed, get ready for tomorrow. She wasn't feeling too good, so I kind of half expected her, like we didn't even stream yesterday, kind of half expected her to come home by now, honestly. Alright. I think that's as good as it's getting, so let's go into some physics warp here. Hopefully we'll be okay. We were coming in from a higher altitude than we had tested this for, so I am bringing us in a bit shallow. Which is something I hadn't tested it for. But we will see. It's only 24 lives at stake. It's no big deal. Oh, we're down to about 70 kilometers, so let's see if we have re-entry effects. Should be somewhere around in here. I'm gonna try to nose this down a bit too. I guess that last bit of the monopropellant was just for show. Alright, clench your butts. It's one of our launch sites right there. I didn't even consider targeting anything. Just want to get them down. Yep, here we go. Still not seeing re-entry effects. What the hell? 58 kilometers and we're not seeing re-entry effects. Uh-oh. Oh god. I was just zoomed out too far. Shit, I was in physics warp during that. Well, thankfully nothing exploded yet. Oh, is it normally at 55? Why was I thinking it was higher? Doing great, guys. Hey, look at that. Let's see the moon. I would go and check their view, but unfortunately I'm missing something for the IVA. So the cockpit, when I do an IVA, is like somewhere inside of it on the back side here. So, not a whole lot to see. We're coming in hot. I'm not seeing our control surfaces overheating, and I love that. We can live without most of the things on this vessel at this point. We don't want to lose the main cabin here. That'd be a bad day. We don't want to lose any parachutes, and we don't want to lose these control surfaces. Let's go ahead and vent the rest of our monoprop too. They're not really going to do us a hell of a lot of good, but can't hurt, right? Maybe. Plus, if nothing else, we're losing weight, even if it is just a you know, very minor amount of weight. And that healthy lifestyle and whatnot. Yeehaw! I'm not seeing any temperatures really spiking, and because of the surface area of this vessel, we're slowing down really freaking quick. We're down to 2.4 kilometers of actual speed already. Oh shit, what happened? Oh no. We're running low on power. Well, I think we're okay. We're converting megajoules into electric charge, and apparently we haven't, we've been doing that for a minute now. But that jump there really made me nervous. Jumping the IVA for a look, and the SAS goes completely, yeah. We made it. We're freaking home. And apparently we're going to touch down in the lag forest here. That might be a mountain. I certainly hope not. You know, I need to put in your ballots mod. I think that this would benefit from inline ballots. I do wish that we had, like, a surface attached version, but I kind of understand, like, you know, how much space something like that would take up. So it makes sense that there isn't one, but I'm thinking that this might benefit from it. Yeah, we're fine. I am stoked about it. least I hope we're fine. I mean, we're still not on the freaking ground yet. This is where we go red clock. Because of the trees. Might be okay, though. Now, typically it would turn off SAS and RCS, but it was kind of a bumpy ride, so I'm leaving him enabled since we have tourists on board. The chutes that we're using, don't remember. These are just Mark II radio mount parachutes, and these are, the little fellers are, the little drogue chutes. I don't remember the name of those either, though. I think they're just the stock ones. Mark 12 radio mount drogue chute. I haven't got any of the nicer ones quite yet. Alright, everything's looking good. I'm gonna do time warp. Really hoping that they deploy. Oh, yay, okay. Alright. What parachutes are these? I'm pretty sure that they're just the stock chutes. I think. I'm not well versed in stock. The hell was that shadow? Are those shadows from clouds? Or do we have stuff that's up in orbit that's casting shadows? Interesting. Nailed it. We don't need no wings. Yeah, we've got scatterer for the ground stuff. We did have to dial it back quite a bit, though. Oh my god, we really are red clocking, but we're in physics warp. I was joking. I assumed yellow clock for sure. I didn't think we'd actually red clock. So yeah, all the ground stuff is... We're in 1.7.1, so I think we also have the new terrain scatters that Squad has added, but additionally on top of that we have scatter. Alrighty, LGG. Drive safe, man. Hope the wife's feeling better soon. And explosions for no reason. No, we're good. Freaking sweet. Go ahead and recover that. So we just made, I think, about 300 grand on that. Oh, the different clock colors. It's the game compensating for all the shit that's going on in the background by slowing down actual time. So if you're yellow clocking and you're 10 seconds into the flight, it probably took you like a real life 15, maybe 20 seconds to get to that 10-second mark. And red clocking would be the extreme other side of that. But honestly, I don't think I've ever red clocked before. Oh, look at that. We got a whopping 0.1 science. Yay. Oh my god. 2,193. Oh, baby. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. We better have an autosave there. I just screwed up so hard. So hard. Valentina got a multiple contracts ribbon, awarded for completing 5 or more contracts. Both Jebediah and Valentina got their first Kerbin docking ribbon. And Valentina also got the heavy vehicle launch ribbon, which Jebediah kinda cheesed his way into earlier on. So, I done fudged. Remember when I made that save for the money and said, I don't want to do anything else until I figure out how much money it's going to take? Yeah, I just went and did something else. So before we did that shit, we were at 468,000 funds, and now we're at 1.18? What the hell? How much did they freaking pay us? Oh, that's right, because, oh my god, I just fucked up so hard. So, I'm screwed. By my own rules, I'm screwed. I was paid to bring these guys home. Oh, for a total of 1.3 million? What the fuck? Okay. And I also was paid out for these two. Oh, never mind. This is another contract to bring these guys up. Holy shit, are we taking that? We've already taken it? Okay, we've already taken it. I need to go over to archives. I'm an idiot. What? Oh yeah, they died. That was my bad. Let's just scroll down and never talk about that. Bring 22 tourists home. So altogether, I did end up making 500,000 off of that one, and we also were paid for 4 tourists in low orbit. So additionally, we got 162,000. 53.5 of which are for the vessel. Yeah, but it's my own rules. I didn't make a save that wasn't interfered with, and I'm not gonna guesstimate it. So the money that it did cost me taking those freaking photographs, I'm just gonna pay it. It's my own bad. I should have remembered what the fuck I was doing. Boomer. Conduct a biome scan set survey of Kerbin? When the hell did we do that? Oh, right. Yeah, that telescope's getting ready to head over to, or satellite is getting ready to head over to the moon soon. Yeah, so I'm fucked. But, oh well. I'm gonna make a new one and hopefully not fuck it up because we do have additional photographs to take. Just want to get those guys home really quick. Taken from the on-screen thingy? That's fine. It's my own rule. It would be silly to have them if I were just gonna bend them. Wrong hole. We want that one. Actually, curious here. Let's go back over to this thing just real quick. Wait a minute. What the fuck is this thing? Why do we have a cacti telescope probe? Do I have freaking debris? No way. Oh, and it beeps too. Fuck you! Are you out of power? Technically it has electric charge. Why are you up here? Oh, it even has solar panels. It's got a probe core, it's got batteries, it's got everything. Why is it way the fuck up here? Oh, okay. It's still up here because apparently I didn't lower its PE far enough for stage recovery to grab it? How weird. Yeah, it is basically out of fuel. So it wouldn't have been able to successfully circularize, and what I did is leave it on a suborbital trajectory. Okay, well, go ahead and flip your little ass around to retrograde. We're gonna lower its PE even further. Apparently 26 isn't low enough? I thought I had to get it under 30 or 35. Well, 18 ought to do it. Turn that off, and it's been a pleasure, but you are fucked. And we're just gonna switch off of it. No wonder there's so much crap going on up here. 2 technically pieces of debris. Ugh. Okay, back over to the telescope. This is the sensitive one. Pointed right at the fucking sun, isn't it? Yep. Okay, that's fine. So we do have to go around for a complete additional orbit, which kind of sucks. I was really hoping that that would have been timed a little bit better. 2,000 science, oh my gosh. So we're going to be able to get both of the nodes, both of our first target nodes. Probably going to get the farms that we need for our science station, and probably going to work on a station tomorrow, if you guys are up for that. Or should we play an RPG? What do you think? We got a damn solid streak in of the KSPs. Should we play something else for a little bit? Yeah, so I think we took a picture of Eve with this, didn't we? It's currently set as my target, so I'm assuming I haven't. I wonder if there's any way in hell that I can get a picture of this guy. Let's go and set that as our target. I highly doubt it. I'm fairly certain that we're not going to have enough time. Because as soon as the planet's in the way and we'll be blocked from the sun, pretty sure that we're also going to be blocked from line of sight of this guy, but let's give it a shot. We'll try that one, and then we'll try that one immediately after. And then when we come back around, we'll try for Eve. And I'm going to give this one a shot too, just because we didn't get a ping on any additional planets or moons. So if we do destroy the lens, it's not like we're not going to be up there installing an improved version of the lens anyway, right? Right. Okay, yeah, this is not going to work. Why are we pointed directly at the sun? Isn't it supposed to be off to the side? Am I tripping? Oh yeah, I'm tripping balls. It's like right on the other side of the sun. Like it's in the fucking corona. We're looking through the corona to see it. No. Okay, never mind. Fuck that. New target. I'd have been a really unhappy camper if I hadn't noticed that. Speaking of the happy campers, I wonder when the next NPL thing is. I want to watch me some PUBGs. I might have to stop by and ask him. Oh, shit. Okay. Did we already take a photo of this? Am I that bad? I think I've already got a photo of Drez, don't I? Shit. Well, that just leaves Eve then, right? So we've already... The last one that we took photos of was Jewel, I think. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We got a toggle aperture. Totally already taken a photograph of Drez. So all we need are the inner planets and Duna. Okay, so Eve. Let's get aligned. Staying aligned, staying aligned. Then we'll just time warp until we're pretty close to being able to see? I don't know. Yeah, it totally could have been. Frick. So what the fuck was I waiting on then? Were these the last two that we have to take photos of? If they are, then we're boned. There's no more photos to get. We'll try Eve. Curious here. If I open that up. Cheesy as all hell, but... Oh, okay. It's occulted by another body. I think that should be occluded? I don't know. The yellowish one in the center? Okay, so we need Moho still. I knew that. Everybody knows that. Can I time warp or... No. Because I just want to open the aperture, take the photo. Let's also see... Did we know of any moons over here? I'm still going to try it, just in case. We do know of a moon. Yeah, I think we've already got a photo of that. Normally it wouldn't zoom in that far, but... I think we need to align for Moho. Yeah, that one's gonna be toughy. That one, we're just gonna have to wait till later on in the year. My aperture open? Probably best to double check, right? Nope. Okay. I wonder if I should have it open so that it's one less thing for me to click on. I should probably also align to the target, eh? I'm no targetologist, but yeah, pointing at them usually improves your chances of success, I'm fairly certain. And I have no idea how far to zoom in, so that's going to take an extra second too. Well, alright. We're mostly aligned. Should I let it stabilize more? Do I sound nervous? I'm not nervous. It's fine. Enjoy this. No. I'm a little nervous. Ooh, I don't know. That sound panicky? Oh no. I almost want to make a practice run of it and see how much time I'm actually going to have. Oh. Oh, this is so sketch. I can't believe I fucking did that. I closed the goddamn aperture. Okay. Moho figures in Kerbal mythology as a fiery place with oceans of flowing lava. In reality, however, it's much less interesting. Scientists speculate about possible ways to make it awesome, like in the story. Some of those ideas have led to new breakthroughs in aerospace technology. What? Okay. Whatever. Yeah, there's like no way in hell I'm gonna be able to get a photo of that though. None. I didn't even get a good look at it. Let's take a better look at it from one of our other telescopes sometime. Alright. Data received. Let's go ahead and close that down. I would like to leave this pointed upward. We didn't break our lens, but we do need to come up and replace that lens when we get an improved version. I'm really more concerned with our upgrades for the instrumental one, though, that pings those, because there's no way in hell I'm just going to pan around looking through the telescope trying to find new shit. So you just stay pointed upward. And we're going back to the Space Center. What are we going to spend all of our science on? We already know what we're going to spend a lot of it on. I think we might have enough left over for another thing. I wonder how much it would take to go even a step further. Because that node is so fucking expensive. I didn't really even look at the next nodes. You can load any day. Thank y'all. So I don't know if it actually took any money from me, but let's check. Nope, didn't take any money. Cool. $2,321 science. Let's see, ions, we've got advanced unmanned automated stuffs. This is the node that I was previously looking at. I don't think I'm going to go for the ISRUs, and I don't think I'm going to go for the Sigent satellite quite yet. I don't even know if I'm going to go for specialized science technology quite yet. Let's look at a node higher. Okay, so there's our level 3 lens. The best lens that we can get for this, as far as I'm aware, unless the mod's been changed or expanded. A detection array. What the hell? And a bunch of ISRUs. A mega laser drill, whatever the fuck that means. Extractors, drills, okay, so that all kind of makes sense. That's experimental science. And then that leads into advanced off-world mining. Okay, that makes sense. The hell is the jaw? Oh, it's an asteroid drill. Okay. Alright then. Solar particle collector. So not a whole lot going on. This is a very, very important node for us, though. It's our jump beacons. And then the Alcubierre drive at the very end there. What about long-term? Solar particle collector. Did I just looked at those. It's fine. Is that it? The rest of our experiments must be over here. I'm pretty sure that we'll have unlocked the vast majority of them. I think we're only missing a couple. But I did expect more, honestly. So that's all structural stuff. Well, I think we can totally pull the trigger on this node, and maybe this one. Ooh, specialized command modules. We can finally get that panorama that I want to add to our station. But I don't know if I'm going to go for that one quite yet. I do, however, know that I want to go for advanced science tech. Pretty sure. So in order to get that, I have to get field science and advanced landing. What do we got under advanced motors? Hydraulic legs, rover parts, skids. The hell is that? What is a screw drive? For water? Alternate mode of amphibious propulsion. Okay, so yeah, water. So a lot of this stuff is from KSP Wheel. I'm not seeing the little grav drives anywhere, though. What the heck? Maybe there are... somewhere over in here? I don't know. Maybe I don't have them installed properly? We do have, like, tracks and whatnot. Heavy rotors. And not seeing much that I need. Yeah. The screwdriver is for... well, yeah, something that floats, right? Guess it doesn't have to be a boat, but... I think they're just made to move you through water. That's one thing that I haven't really dicked around with since there's nothing down there as far as I'm aware. I haven't really ever made a submarine in this game. Ooh. Oh, hello. Ooh. Big ol' RTGs. No, well, okay, that one's a baby. That one's even smaller. Okay, never mind. Little old RTGs. Lithium air battery. And another spy satellite. That's a bigger one. I mean, we could go for antennas. I don't know what to go for. Don't need that quite yet. Some microwave power thingy thing. The Titan Blanket Photovoltaic Array. I'm gonna have to load that up in science mode and check that out sometime. I've never heard of that. I don't know what that is part of. But it sounds amazing. What is the weight on that thing? Jesus, it's 4.16 tons. So, what I'm looking for, the reason that I'm continuously going through all this shit, there should be upgrades somewhere in here. Oh no, I wonder if they depend on the observatory. I thought there were part upgrades for that instrumental telescope, because that would be the next, like, major thing that I want to go for. And I'm not seeing it anywhere in here, and I'm wondering if it's not just upgrading the fucking observatory. Oh, there's the grav drives. The anti-grav motors. Those will be fun. Jump drive. Shiitake. I don't see him anywhere. So we do get the Deep Space Telescope, and that's something that we're probably going to put together soon. We did get those additional experiments. Where is the regular lab? I wonder if it was oh, there it is right there. Fuck. I mean, it is the same node as the panorama. Trying to think of how much of this we would actually use, though. We do have 1,331 science left over, so and we only have one prereq. We would use the vast majority of it just to get up to command modules. I think I would rather go with heavy rocketry for now. Even though we have absolutely dick all that we're actually going to use heavy rocketry for right now, I would just rather have it. And then we'll have to go for this prereq, high performance fuel systems, before we can go for experimental rocketry. And I do want to go as high up in the rocketry motors as I can, because we're going to make some kind of similar to like the Parker Space Probe kind of thing. We want these little jump beacons to get where we need them to be as fast as possible. So we're gonna make outrageously overcomplicated, humongous bullshit designs. We're gonna try to cut the travel time. Like, this solar system is fucking monstrous. I don't see any of the upgrades for that telescope. They should just look like a regular part, but with a green background, kind of like these, I'm pretty sure. So I don't know if I can upgrade it, or if I just upgrade the observatory, or what. Yeah, the farm would be a good idea for sure. Now, this one's going to be a really important one, too. It's 1,470 for orbital megastructures to get the Netherdyne University, which is an 8-person science lab. And it's fucking huge. 15 tons just by itself for that one part alone. I want to couple these up. By the time we get these, that's how we're going to get a lot of our late game science. And it is almost within reach. We're talking 2,000, 3,000 science before we'd be able to get it. We haven't even landed on a fucking moon yet. You know? I think it's time for us to start... Because economy-wise, like money-wise, I think we're looking really good. I think it's time for us to start expanding the program. We're getting into kind of that bastard spot where shit's about to get super expensive and huge. And I hate that spot because there's so many more missions that we need to do for tourism, but that's why we're going to automate part of the process. Engine nacelles, a warp jet, and another warp jet. Okay. I've never tried those out. Might have to give them a shot. I don't know what the hell else to spend it on. I think you're right. I think the farm. So we are going to grab logistics, which ultimately is handy, but feels bad, man, having to invest in that because of our own damned house rules. We're going to grab the farms. Long-term habitation will offer us more habitats. Juicy, thank you for the follow. Logistics modules? What the fuck are those? Oh, they're cans. So additional cans and long-term habitation. I don't see any stock-alike station parts expansion pieces in here, which feels bad. A lot of MKS stuff, though. Where the hell are the big ol' habitat rings? Like, this is one of them, but that's not the big one. Those aren't it. Orbital megastructures? Nine. Oh, okay, yeah, they might be somewhere in this line. Because that's the hostile deep space habitation module, which is a 12 crew capacity monster of a thing. It's like a little apartment. The shelter, the asylum. What I'm looking for is this huge part that rotates. That's a really good habitat. And I don't see it. Not any of that shit. I have no idea. I'd really like to grab that astrogation module soon too. Well, sooner rather than later. I don't think I'm gonna worry about this guy. Oh yeah, the lens. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Then again, we don't have any targets for it, so, okay. How much is it gonna cost to upgrade the fucking observatory? $300,000. Because I'm wondering if I have to upgrade this to make that piece of equipment more sensitive. And I'm also a little bit worried that I'm missing shit in the tech tree here. If I could remember the name of it, I think that there's a way for me to search for it too. But I don't see it anywhere in here. I totally assumed that it would be all the way up at colonization. So I'm a little worried about that. That maybe I didn't install the mod properly? Or that I have Alzheimer's? Because I'm seeing the rest of them pretty much where they go, but where the fuck is that? The bagel's there. Yeah, I don't get it. Alright, so I'm going to do something weird before we call it today. I don't need a save. It's my first time playing, I didn't know that. Real quick, I'm going to load up a sandbox and I'm going to look through our habitat stuff. Because if I need to reinstall one of our major mods that we're using, I want to know now. And then I think we'll throw a host out. Probably. If the menu will come up. There she is. And I'm just doing a a sandbox, so that all the parts are unlocked real quick. Alzheimer's is great, you meet new people every day? I suppose that's true. I think there's a couple of downsides, though. So none of this stuff matters. I'm just looking for a part. Thanks. Man, this facility looks so fancy compared to mine. Gotta get them upgrades. We're definitely poised to strike for making some pretty major upgrades. We're gonna try to only do one trip up to the hotel a day. So that'll space out how our income a little bit, unless we just run out of money and fuck it, we'll do what we have to do. But I don't want to just do tourist missions all the time, you know? I don't expect it to be in any of the command parts, and it isn't. What the fuck are these? I saw them in the tech tree thing. It's like a pre-made upper stage for something. Cool. Oh, that's fancy. What does that say? Crew access. It's pretty neat. This is one part. Whoop, wrong hole. I want to look at some of the other ones too. So these are all from SSTU. But that's not what we came here for. Life support? No. So I think it's under utility, and if it's not in utility, then it'll be under, I guess I could show you some of the stuff from, like, the civilians mod, too. I'm just gonna grab a pod, any old pod. Back over to utility. So we've made megacities in the past, and I don't think that I want to go for it this time. It's gonna be a real bitch. This is like a 15-ton apartment. And some of them do have IVAs. It's kind of like a half-completed mod. Zoom in here. You can see their little beds there. They got little couches and kind of a kitchen area, little chair. And these are all part of the civilians mod. The downside to this one, if you're a guy like me that just doesn't time warp all that often, they don't do anything. Like, it takes maybe 200 days or something like that before you start actually getting people on them. And I don't time warp enough to actually have them make any sort of an impact. It's like one extra person, maybe two extra people throughout the playthrough, you know? This is kind of neat, though. And I can't recall if these work properly. This is a hydroponic garden biosphere. These are fucking trees. This thing is huge. It's 100 tons. It's got like grass fields in the core there. Let's turn it on its side. Check that thing out. Got a little walkway. Crew passable, obviously. Crawl on in there, have you a little picnic. And I think that was the big one. There's a smaller version of that too. Unless I already grabbed it. I'm not seeing the parts that I was looking for, though. So this is the panorama. That's the part that I wanted to go and add to the front and the back of our station that we currently have up, the hotel. And rather than this pod, there's a an observation cupola that I think would look really good. There they are. Okay. The PXL Mercury. Okay, so they are in here. Where the fuck are they on the tech tree? This is what I was looking for our future stations. And this thing does rotate. And there's two of these. And you can retract them. Kind of like how you can take an inflatable and you can launch with it packed away and then inflate it once you're up in space. Bring up the machine parts. There's those other two farms. Okay, well, I feel better. Let's go ahead and stop rotation on these. Because the animation for retracting it was awesome too. Just wait for the parts to stop moving in there. Looks like this one might be done. Isn't that fucking cool? Nope. Stop rotation. My bad. Are those freaking neat or what? Love it. Yeah, Pilgrim and Mercury. I'm gonna have to try to remember that so that I can look through and find the tech tree node that has them. I may actually need a mod. I don't know if the... Is the tech tree searchable by default? Or in stock or whatever? And these are the two smaller versions of those farms. And I really like these parts. They look great. I just can't remember if they work. So we'll probably do a little bit of testing. We'll take them up and we'll see if you can actually grow stuff in them. Actually, I think we can test that on the pad, can't we? This is a little grass farm kind of thing, like microgreens, and then this one's actually got some bushes going on in there. Okay. So I think that's where I'm going to call it for today. I just wanted to make sure that those were in there. I totally could have done that off stream, but I figured I'd show some of the neat little parts for this too. And as far as our station goes, I want this little guy with a welding docking port on the bottom, and I'm going to cover up that door because we already have an airlock. So we'll put a little window over that, maybe over both sides. And then for the top, I didn't actually check to see if these pieces will fit. I was thinking that the cup of the cockpit, that's gonna look like dog shit though, even with the adapter. So I probably won't go that way. I'll pick a different one though. Oh, let me show you the astrogation module too. I'm in the wrong thing. I'm at structural. So many parts. There we go. It's got a little adapter, so I was thinking that, but I feel like that just blocks so much of the view of the panorama that probably wouldn't be worth doing. For some reason, I was thinking the panorama was larger or something. We do have another observation cupola. Oh, it'd be this one. Just the cupola module. And that one's not too bad. I like to use that for, like, vehicles and whatnot. Hey, how's it going, Al? Caught me right at the end, man. How are you doing? Last playing Minion Masters. What is Minion Masters? Are there whips and corsets involved? Just curious. The Phoebe, huh? It's adorable. It almost looked like it had a machine gun on it or something. It's an antenna. I've been playing too much Arma. I think that's actually probably what I'm gonna do tonight. I don't know, maybe TFT. I haven't started drinking yet. Definitely don't want to drink and play TFT ever again. That is the astrogation module. One of my favorite parts in the whole game. That's most of the stuff that I've just been showing off is part of the Stock-alike Station Parts expansion mod. I love that mod. And we have bits and bobs from a lot of other things too. Tundra Exploration. I've got a whole ton of parts from OPT. Highly recommend OPT spaceplane parts with OPT reconfig. What the hell is that? Crazy. It's like a side-mounted Mark II cockpit. Huh. Is that a Mark II or a Mark III? Yeah, Mark II. Very cool. Those are part of Mark II expansion. I have Mark II and Mark III expansion installed right now because I've never used them before. Oh, the Phoebe is part of Near Future. Interesting. I wonder how I never noticed that one before, because I played with Near Future quite a few times. You gonna lurk until you pass out? I feel you, man. Have a good night. Sorry the work's going so rough. Glad to hear you're not on salary, though. Right, Paula? Rip. Oh. Oh, right, and this one's a drone. So there, I don't think there's seats in that one. Yeah. Tons of cool shit. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna throw at the end of that, I ain't gonna do it. At the end of that panorama, though, unfortunately. I don't know, maybe a farm and then just an end cap or something. I was hoping that would look better. I might just roll with it anyway. I don't know. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna head on out. Definitely don't save that. I'm gonna find somebody to toss a host to. If you guys are interested in meeting any of my friends, just hang out. We'll go find somebody who is doing what stuff. Scarlett's on. Speaking of foul-mouthed Scottish people, no, she's really not a foul mouth at all. Looks like Carr just got started. Who did we raid most recently? Was it Carr or Scarlett? I think it's time for us to go say hi to Scarlett. Because I think... Did we raid Car fairly recently? Maybe not. Either way, let's go say hi to Scarlet. She, I believe, took yesterday off, so hopefully she's nice and refreshed. Looks like, I don't know if she's doing solos right now. She's playing some PUBG. Scarlet is the stream team, I don't know, what do you call him? Leader? She's the gal that got me into the Happy Camper stream team. No problem, Paula. Thanks for hanging out. You have a great night, too. I'm gonna go try to figure out what the hell I'm gonna make for dinner. And say hello to Scarlet. So I'm gonna do a couple of shouts for Scarlet. Her name is Scarlet Heather. She's from Scotland. She plays a lot of different things. She's a chef. So I haven't caught any of them yet, but she will be doing... There's this new, like, chef simulator game that she's got that she's gonna be doing. She does cooking streams. She plays a lot of first-person shooters, PUBG. She does Twitch Sings. Tons of cool stuff going on over in her channel. And let's throw a host. Let's go hang out. Have a great night, guys. Bye!
Close to me, 335.
Oh my god, that's you.